Fellow Americans, at this holy time of the year, families across our nation gather in homes, churches, and synagogues to light candles and to praise God. During the sacred holiday of Passover, Jewish families around the world give thanks to God for liberating the Jewish people from bondage in Egypt and delivering them to the promised land of Israel. For Christians, we remember the suffering and death of God's only Son and his glorious resurrection on the third day. On Easter Sunday, we proclaim with joy, Christ is risen. Both of these sacred celebrations remind us that God's love redeems the world. Almost 3,000 years ago, the prophet Isaiah wrote, "Darkness covers the earth, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. For the Lord will be your everlasting light." In America, we look to the light of God to guide our steps. We trust in the power of the Almighty for wisdom and strength, and we praise our Heavenly Father for the blessings of freedom and the gift of eternal life. Happy Passover, happy Easter. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
on the level of our unconsciousness. For example, what does the billboard say? Come and play, forget about the movement. Anger is a gift.
Sign of a great investigation is when you launch it and it just kind of takes off and generates new leads for follow-up reporting, and that's exactly what happened here. There is a growing body of evidence of a cover-up by elements of the U.S. government. This is a story about accountability, getting some justice for intelligence professionals who really sacrificed everything. More victims, more survivors came forward, and they brought more receipts. What you're going to learn is shocking, and it's going to change the way that you think about the battlefields of the future.
He's not going to be president. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank. Okay. I guarantee it.
All right.
I think if he becomes the president, he'll make it great, because the states is already great.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
On that note, Tom, pleasure.
Take it from me. How about that?
Cheers, Tom. Thank you.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
So when you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit. I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket.
Next, I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on to Matthew Dowd.
Sorry to laugh.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
And so, right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president, all right? It's been fun. It's been great. I love you. But come on, buddy. All, let's say, cow poo-poo aside, there is zero chance we'll be seeing you being sworn in on the Capitol steps with your hand on a giant golden Bible.
I'll make a prediction, though, for you. I don't really get into predictions much, but this one I'll go way out on a limb. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States. That Trump should not be in this race. He's an absurdity. He is a travesty.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump is the here today, gone tomorrow candidate for president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Ever respectful of the fact that the people have not voted, he's not going to be president of the United States.
Let's be clear. Donald Trump will lose the election.
I mean, he had a really good chance to be different and really have a chance to change things, but he doesn't do the work. He's lazy.
We talk about him every day, and we continuously bash him.
He's not going to be the president. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
And we're coming to a point where if you're Hillary Clinton, you're honestly probably starting to think about not just whether you will win, but how big your win will be. And then you say that Donald Trump has the best day in the entire world, completely outperforms expectations, and he wins all of the toss-up states. He wins all 5 of those states, plus that electoral college vote in Maine that he's after. If he wins all of the toss-ups, which would be insane because nobody wins all of the toss-up states, even if Donald Trump did win all of the toss-up states, he would still lose.
To a wake-up call to the Republican Party. Despite Boris thinking that Donald Trump could win New York, like this, the presidential race is over.
Could I just cut through? I have one thing to say, one thing only. And that is that this race is over. Tomorrow morning, the money will dry up. The Republicans will start to hide. Trump has no place to go. This race, effectively, as of tonight, is no longer a presidential race. I mean, everything I know about presidential politics, and I've been through 5 of them, I've never seen one like this. This race is over. You might as well accept it. And the question now is, how do you minimize damage? And the only way you can do that, it seems to me, is to try to grab hold of some old conservative value things and do what Mondale did in '84, which is try to save a few people down ballot. But as far as Donald Trump's concerned, it will never, ever, ever happen.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
I guess I could sure use some cupcakes or some peanut butter cups about that. Yeah! You know what that's about? Yeah!
Why drink the water from my hand? Contagious as you think I am. Just took my son towards your domain. You can't run it over again. Don't scream aloud, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. reality. Don't scream about, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't scream about, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out.
The following footage is truly heart-wrenching. This baby girl was taken to her mother's gravesite for a visit, but it's what they capture that truly has brought them to tears. It looks like she's interacting with what they believe is her mother's ghost. Take a look at this video.
Today, the Department of Defense has started the process of formalizing what we have long known, the fundamental role of U.S. Special Operations in defense and foreign policy by elevating special operations forces to a level on par with military departments as authorized and directed by Congress.
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
Target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
Ammunition used by cyber.
As we enact these reforms, we follow the vision of President John F. Kennedy, who predicted the rise of special operations nearly 60 years ago.
You say your last good night while I
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
In 1993, a 51-day standoff in Waco, Texas drew scores of media attention. Law enforcement tried to serve a warrant on the Christian splinter group, whom they suspected were stockpiling weapons.
There was a siege of a compound that was inhabited by a Christian sect, essentially a cult, run by a guy called David Koresh, called the Branch Davidians. This siege ended in a horrendous fire in which 76 people, including 25 children, were killed. Now, the reason that this resonates so much on the far right is that this is viewed as a just overstepping of the federal government, just like Ruby Ridge, which came years before that. You know, the federal government really screwed up.
The bungled compound raid kindled extremist and fringe movements.
So this is like a calling card for far right actors, far right extremists, including white supremacists. And I think probably the most clear example of that is that the Timothy McVeigh, the guy who would later go on to bomb the federal courthouse in Oklahoma City, the worst act of domestic terrorism in America's history, he was at Waco. He was by the siege, handing out literature, handing out bumper stickers. It's not like we're saying all Trump supporters are extremists. That would be silly. Of course they're not. But most extremists are Trump supporters on the far right. And he knows that, and he knows how to appeal to those people. I think that's a really important point. But he's able to spin this narrative and make it look like there are these sort of dark, sinister forces in the federal government who are hunting him and going after him.
So I just spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Who, Mitch?
Spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Mitch.
And we're not politically affiliated with anybody. We're trying to run a business.
Yeah.
So we would appreciate if you can move the bus off of our property and not hand out politically affiliated.
Well, I did people approach me, yeah, they actually came to us.
That property is actually an easement.
Okay.
It's not your property.
Well, so here's the thing. I can ask you nicely to leave, or I can get the police involved. I'd rather not.
You can call.
I would definitely rather not, because...
I'm not moving the motor on call.
Okay. I will.
Okay.
All right. Try to be nice about it.
Right here.
No, I get it, but I mean, not really, because you have one of your customers. And that's not your property either.
I understand that, but we're a politically neutral business.
I have a trans kid, okay? Like, my 7-year-old son is, like, in the middle, like, of medically transitioning, and, like, you know, I live in New York, so it's a friendly state, and it's an accepting state, and it's a sanctuary state for trans kids. But now that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are coming in, like, they're gonna, like, stop my kid from getting the hormones that, like, she needs to medically transition. My kid's been exposed to a very, like, progressive learning environment, and a lot of the stuff that my son Carl watches on television, it really shows, like, the power of inclusion, the power of love, the power of, like, accepting, like, all people. That kind of helped my son Carl realize that, like, she's really a girl, and, like, her name is Carla, and now, like, Trump and J.D. Vance are going to stop my kid from, like, taking the hormones that she needs to be the woman that I know she wants to be. Like, it is that.
Once a pound a day, love walked away. Soon after I would learn, only never to return. Feeling life was through, like it was to you. Save me before I drown, put me up on track, ground. And I meant what I said. Oh, when I told you I never loved like this again. I wanna hold you in my arms, wrap my legs around your feet, stay here. If only words could explain. I tell you now how I feel about everything. I never let you down, and you better believe you can count on me. I couldn't ask for a better friend. I never loved like this again. Oh no, this love is real. So much I feel, and so deep inside, as though our hearts were synchronized. Now since you came and colored up my life, I never make it in black and white. All pales, all shades of gray. You come around, you go away, and I meant every word I said.
most vital thing to understand is that the power lies with us, not with them. The deceit is precisely that. They've made us believe that the power is in their hands, but the power is ours. The power is in we, the people. We are the ones that give them the power to do with us whatever they want when we acquiesce, when we comply, when we agree with their rules, with their mandates, when we say yes, when we bow down. Then we're giving them, we're handing them our power. So I think the most important thing to understand is that the power is ours and that it lies within. Once we understand that, nobody can step on you. Nobody can tell you what to do. Nobody can convince you that you are less than what you know to be. When you understand the truth, when you know who you are, suddenly you're not afraid. Suddenly you're capable of anything. This is what they don't want us to know, because guess what? It becomes impossible to control a humanity that understands its own power. We are beginning to understand this. It's like we're going to become the butterfly that's going to come out of this cocoon. But what they want is to entrap us within the cocoon before we realize we are the butterfly, right? And that's when transhumanism comes into play. They want to entrap us into that with technology. But really the answer to everything and the answer to being able to cope with everything that happens around us is to understand yourself.
How you doing, Donna? Happy Easter. No, we're not dyeing eggs. They're $15 fucking. It's always gotta be me hosting. God forbid someone gives me a break. Yeah, you want me to host Easter? I don't mind. I love hosting Easter. Well, Jesus didn't rise from the dead for you to sit on your ass all day. If those DeCarlos show up early, I'm shutting the door in their faces.
Ma.
What? You're gonna make me burn my Easter bread? Yeah, you hear Maria's bringing her new boyfriend? The third one this year. I know. If you ask me again when the food's gonna be ready, it's gonna be your last supper.
Ma, what's wrong?
Nothing. I want the good wet mutts and no one even said anything. And you know what? I gotta cook the meatballs separate because your sister's vegetarian. What a sin. Will you two stop fighting? The only thing resurrecting this Easter is your mother's temper. Next year, we're doing a potluck. I don't care if it kills your grandmother. I'm done.
This is the helmet of thorns. Yes. So I had heard, I remember reading or hearing at some point that actually it's like 3D, or not just 3D, but it's, it goes around the whole head. The whole head. And is really like a helmet. Like a cap, a helmet. And so what do we see the correspondence with? These are 3-inch Bethlehem thorns. When they dry, they're as sharp as nails. I mean, this crown of thorns, the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest gospel, it says, and the Romans fashioned a crown of thorns and placed it on his head to humiliate him. This is the King of the Jews. They placed this on his head, and what do we see on the shroud? 50 puncture wounds in the scalp. It would have caused profuse bleeding. And so when he goes, etcho homo, behold the man. You can imagine, crown of thorns, blood-stained. The scene would have been incomprehensible.
It also just occurs to me looking at this, for people who will find it unfamiliar, that's not what the crown of thorns looks like. This is what an actual crown looks like. Exactly. Actual crowns are not headbands. Right. If you've ever seen like the crown of St. Stephen, yes, whatever, a crown in the UK, they look like this.
Yes.
They cover your whole head. Huh.
And isn't that fascinating? This is what leaves it beyond all doubt to me. Speaking from a historical scholar's perspective, it could not be anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth. My friend Bruno Barberis, who I will be with in just a few weeks in Turin, Italy, has assigned a probability to, is this anyone other than Jesus? And he's published his findings. Again, not a preacher, not a priest. He's a mathematician at University of Turin. The probability, the man of the shroud, according to mathematician Bruno Barberis, is anyone other than Jesus is 1 in 200 billion. So I guess there's still a chance for the skeptics.
Yeah, it is. You're saying there's a chance. Yes. But the connection being that the wounds from this particular crown of thorns match the man of the shroud in a way that, a little laurel wreath or something wouldn't have.
And leaves it beyond all doubt it's anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth.
Because the other guys didn't get this.
No, no one did that we know. We know of one in history who was crucified. This is one of one. Utterly unique.
They shall say, we never dreamed this would happen. Rapidly because of a source of energy that shall come quickly. And because of medical breakthroughs and because of agreements between nations, specifically China. God said they shall say, we never dreamed this would happen. They said that this in Japan would never happen. But God says, listen to me. As the beginning of the restoration, as it begins, there shall be a woman that shall rise up. A woman that shall be strong in faith, virtuous, beautiful in eyes, and her eyes shall be so beautiful. Her eyes shall be round and big. I have crowned her, says the Lord, as I crowned Esther. And the people shall receive her, for she shall have the oil of gladness for the pain and the mourning that is taking place. And she shall pour out the oil. Is there some oil here, please? Marty, is there some oil? She shall pour out the oil on this nation. And God says healing shall begin, and then it shall flow rapidly. Schools will be free from potential damage and danger, shootings and murder, drug addiction. Cartels shall be afraid of a woman. A woman anointed by God. A woman set aside. And God says they will say we hated her, but now we love her. For she shall take the oil of healing, and she shall pour it upon the scars of those left and those right, and of the new party that has come forth and emerged, where they shall say Christ will reign, and this we shall not implement at all socialism. Where where they have said we will make history without God. No, you will not. No, you will not, says the Lord. For I chose this nation before it was founded. Before anybody came here, I chose this entire nation, all 50 states, every one of them, to send my gospel to the entire earth. Do you think I have changed my mind? Therefore, the healing that is necessary for this nation shall come at a time in the middle of the presidency. There shall be a woman that shall come. And God said there shall be oil that shall be poured upon the nation. And they shall suddenly feel the healing. And they shall say, it is well with my soul. It is well with our soul. For the soul of America has been corrupted. The soul of this nation has been corrupted with bitterness and anger. And God said she shall say, no more bitterness, no more anger, no more division, and shall pour the oil that shall come from the Spirit of the Lord himself. If you as a nation believe it, if you want this, lift your voice and shout one more time and say, yes! Yes to Esther! Yes to Esther!
But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words.
Such is the way of the world, you can never know just where to put all your faith, and how will it grow? Gonna rise up, burning black clothes and dark memories. Gonna rise up, turn mistakes into gold. rise up, throw down my ace in the hole.
Welcome, Patriots. Happy Easter, guys. Good to see ya. Sunday's here. That's good and bad, isn't it? Right? So, it's been an interesting news day, I guess you could say. I totally had something on my mind and I lost it. Just like that. That was interesting, though, wasn't it? What Kim Clement was saying in there, a woman will rise up with big round eyes and call for peace, crown. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Eating too much candy. All right, guys, let's get into some news because I forgot what I was going to say. It'll come back to me. This is kind of fascinating. Jumping back into Abrego Garcia, the guy that was accidentally mistakenly deported, or was he mistakenly deported? Abrego's attorney contacted the PGPD Inspector General requesting to speak to the detective who authorized the GFIS sheet, but was informed that the detective had been suspended. Prince George Police Department told the attorney that it did not have any incident report related to the home deport episode at all, nor did the department have any incident reports containing Kilmar Abrego Garcia's name. And interesting, where it gets interesting, Seth Rich was murdered July 10th, 2016 while walking home from Lewis City Bar to his neighborhood, Northwest D.C. In 2016, Kilmer Abrego Garcia lived in Prince George County, Maryland, just 30 minutes away from where Seth Rich was murdered on July 10th, 2016. I don't know why, I find that be really interesting. Maybe he wasn't accidentally deported. I don't know. Of course, if they had any reason to believe he killed Seth Rich, I don't know if they would deport him or charge him. It's getting pretty wild. Donald Trump will never be president. Mark my word. I'd love to have seen their faces. And get this is from Tim Walz's daughter.
People on the right are never beating the DUMB allegations because the whole argument, he's here illegally, he's an illegal alien, he's the member of a gang. I know some of y'all are purposely missing the point just because you're terrible, but that's not the point. That is not the point. The thing that makes America America is that everybody has due process. Your king felon in chief had due process. He had his day in court. That's what that was. And everybody deserves that. That's the point. You can't just pick people up off the streets and send them away. And that's what they're doing. I understand some people lack empathy, which is fucking terrible. But what's bizarre to me is the fact that they're doing this to some people right now means that they could do it to all people. So, okay, don't care about another human being. Your time of judgment will come regarding that. But care about your fucking self, because this could happen to anybody. anybody, and it's fucking horrible. People on the right are...
This is confusing to me because they all really badly support Ukraine, who's also just picking people up off the streets. They're putting a gun in their hands and sending them off to try and kill Russians where they're getting obliterated. So I'd say whether the dumb factor's there or not, the bullshit factor's certainly there. Miss Tim Walz's daughter. But I don't know. Is this guy illegal or not? I that's the part I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe he didn't give him his name. He looked pretty comfy down there in El Salvador, I have to say. But he's also got a lot of past charges against him, so I don't think he'll be back. Or maybe he will. New Pornographer's drummer Joe Cedars was arrested in California for alleged child porn possession. Go figure, you're a drummer in a band called New Pornographers. Creep. The band said it has severed all ties with their now former drummer after the arrest. That's convenient timing, isn't it? Oh, my. And in Australia, they pass a hate speech law that could jail residents for up to 6 years to combat anti-Semitism and protect LGBTQIA plus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, my God, poor Australia. You guys are turning into London, aren't you? You're turning into the shit happening in England. Well, you know, I mean, there's a line that people seem to not really quite understand. Like, this woman here is trying to figure it out really hard.
On butt plugs. And I said that I think that in high school groups, where unfortunately we know that students are having sex, and that I think that safe sex is always important, safe sex practices are always important, and that is the type of, that's queer sex, though, that's not heteronormative sex. And then you called it disgusting. Yes. So you told me that the sex that my counterparts have is disgusting, and I don't see how that is not openly homophobic.
The reality is it's not openly homophobic because that means that you think...
To call queer sex disgusting?
That
you don't think that's homophobic?
That means that you think that only homosexual couples use butt plugs.
No, they absolutely don't.
Heterosexual couples use butt plugs as well.
So do you think that just butt plugs in general are disgusting?
And so I'm saying that teaching children, minors, about this is disgusting.
Right, so I guess that comes into abstinence-only education versus safe-sex education.
It's not abstinence only. It's not safe sex. At the end of the day, a butt plug is not going to create a child. It's not going to have an issue on a person that relates to catching an STD unless the actual butt plug is not properly sanitized.
Exactly, and I think that's what that book was detailing, is how to safely use those instruments.
We don't need to educate children on how to use butt plugs. Children, if you're an adult and that is what you want to do, if that's what stimulates you and gets you off, you know, have at it.
6 time.
Are you a parent?
I'm not a parent.
Oh, so you're not a parent. Okay. And you are a parent?
Yes.
Okay.
What the hell is even that?
And so, as a father, 3, 2 boys and a girl, I don't want anyone teaching my child how to use sex toys of any kind. That is.
Yeah, that not only is that extremely appropriate, inappropriate. She doesn't even, he, she. I give up on that anymore. Doesn't even have a child at the school. It's kind of weird. Butt plugs, though. Seriously? I mean, what part of sexual health does butt plugs play? Let's change the subject. I swear it gets weirder and weirder. And in Chino.
Transphobic pieces of shit. I hope y'all all burn in hell. Bye, hell, Satan, bitches.
We won't be burning in hell, man.
Y'all are really afraid of authenticity and people being their own true selves. You're afraid of love. You're afraid of solidarity. Y'all are crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm on my way.
It's over?
This one's about
And all we came here
boys.
just to kiss Sonia's fucking ass.
Let's get police on.
That one in Chino's about boys playing in girls' sports. They put a stop to it, and those women, they were pissed, and they went off at a council meeting about it. Where's the competition in that? It's just they fight over the most ridiculous things now. This trans crap argument's getting so ridiculous. Anyway, while we're talking about anti-Semitism.
היי, רציתי לשתף משהו אחרי תקופה ארוכה שאני סוחבת את זה עם עצמי. קוראים לי שושנה סטרוק. אני עברתי פגיעה מינית בילדות על ידי שני ההורים שלי. הפגיעה המינית צולמה.
This girl's mother and father is a minister, an Israeli minister, and she's talking about what they did to her. Just coming out.
זה אומר שזה בעצם שימש לפורנוגרפיית ילדים. בתקופה האחרונה עלו לי מספר זיכרונות מהפגיעה עצמה, והבנתי שכנראה היה מדובר גם בפגיעה טקסית. יצרתי קשר עם מישהי בפייסבוק שמספרת הרבה על פגיעה טקסית שגם היא עברה, והיא הפנתה אותי למישהי בשם נעמה גולדברג. שנעמה גולדברג בעצם היא אמרה לי שיש לה הרבה מידע על פגיעות טקסיות. לקח לי כמה ימים לפנות לנעמה גולדברג, וכשפניתי אליה היא ישר תוך רגע הייתה זמינה, וזה היה נראה שהיא כמו חיכתה לזה שאפנה אליה, והיא בעצם שלחה לי איזושהי כתבה
I won't make you go through the whole thing, but the reason I bring this up is because Israel's about the size of New Jersey, and not only land size, and it's like 260 some miles long, but population-wise, it's very close to New Jersey as well. This picture was going around. This is a map of registered sex offenders living in Israel, allegedly. I'll take their word for it, but holy crap. I mean, maybe I'm getting this wrong. Maybe the map of New Jersey looks like this. I don't know. I haven't seen the map of New Jersey, but damn. Israel, you've got a problem. Basically, it looks like anywhere you go there, you're fucked. That's terrible. That's extremely ridiculous. It's been a weird day. Not really for me, just for people. Stephen Miller urges reparations for migrations damage to Americans. Get this, they're talking about how all African Americans need reparations. Well, now Stephen Miller is saying, well, what Biden did to us, bringing these migrants into the country and illegally and trying to destroy us, we deserve reparations for that, don't we? Sure. Hell, I was pretty stressed about it, weren't you? Were you stressed about it? Hand over the reparations. And I thought this was pretty interesting.
You cannot be a practicing Catholic and be part of the current Democratic Party knowing that this group is actively working for the killing of the unborn. You cannot be part of a group or an association that's focus is to bring about moral evils. This is why for centuries, the Catholic Church has made it very clear that you cannot be a Freemason. because there are foundational principles of the Freemasons that are contrary to the Catholic faith. You cannot be part of something which is essential to it, moral evils, because you cannot be part of something and not support what is essential to it, picking and choosing what you want, what you like. And you have a moral obligation not to be part of that. There is a moral obligation here not to be part of them, regardless of whatever other good things you might think the Democratic Party is trying to bring about. Murder is a line you cannot cross.
One of my favorite things about Trump that he's done is turn the story around on abortion. I am always very much appreciated his stance on abortion, and he always stood by that stance. Moving forward, Pete Hegseth. 3 aides have officially been fired after being put on leave amid the leaks probe, and now they plan to sue for wrongful termination. This is again in regards to the signal leak. They had found another one. They had reported like the other day, we got the second one. Now there's a third one. 3 Hegseth aides placed on leave in a probe, and the leaks have been officially fired. On Friday, it was reported that Pete Hegseth's chief of staff, Joe Casper, was leaving his role amid a shakeup at the Pentagon after a probe into leaks. Earlier this week, an advisor to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was put on leave for leaking. Dan Caldwell, we talked about that one, who was also a part of the Mike Waltz Houthi signal chat group, was escorted out of the Pentagon last Tuesday on an unauthorized disclosure, according to Reuters. Deputy Chief of Staff Darren Sinek and Colin Carroll, Chief of Staff to Deputy Secretary of Defense Stephen Feinberg, were also placed on leave and escorted out of the Pentagon. According to Politico, Caldwell, Sinek, and Carroll were officially terminated on Friday. 2 of the fired aides, Carroll and Sinek, plan to sue for wrongful termination, the magazine reports. So, yeah, interesting. They're taking care of business at the Pentagon, aren't they? Get to that story. Nice to see all that. This one's pretty wild, too. Democrat judge in New Mexico abruptly resigns after suspected Tren de Aragua gang member found with a firearm at his home. Longtime Dana Ana County Magistrate Judge Joel Cano, a Democrat and former police officer, abruptly resigned after federal agents arrested an alleged member of the violent Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang at a residence that he owns. The bombshell resignation letter dated March 3rd came just days after federal agents with Homeland Security investigations raided a property tied to Cano and his wife, Nancy, arresting 23-year-old Christian Ortega Lopez on federal gun charges. If you can't trust the judges, who can you trust these days? Yeah. Moving on. United Kingdom on edge after mystery drone spotted over King Charles' residence in a no-fly zone. Another one placed over Sandringham after incident. Tensions mount in the UK as unidentified drones are reported. Yeah, there was also... I thought there was also another security breach. Maybe not. This is interesting. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, is now required to wear an Islamic hijab. Come on, you got to tell me this is a joke. And Muslim men are permitted to refuse to shake her hand. Britain has been conquered. Does she really have to wear that freaking thing. You gotta be kidding me. But I mean, the handshake thing, definitely real because it's right here on video. But
And non-socially Iqbal of the Hate Speaking Center.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you for having us today.
it's just straight up ignores her. Like, what the actual fuck is happening in London? I'm telling you, Plano, Texas. Convince your Muslim communities to move to London, and the cool people in London can move here. That's what I'm saying. A swap. Do a migrant swap. This story I found kind of odd, and I didn't have time to deep read, but this is new. NASA's oldest active astronaut returns to Earth on his 70th birthday. And returns from where, you're probably wondering. Cake, gifts, and a low-key family celebration may be how senior citizens picture their 70th birthday, but NASA's oldest serving astronaut, Don Petit, became a septuagenarian while hurtling towards the Earth in a spacecraft to wrap up a 7-month mission aboard the International Space Station. All right, so he was on the International Space Station for 7 months, but didn't we just rescue people from the International Space Station or some shit like that? Like, wasn't there a problem up there? Maybe I'm totally mixing up stories, but I mean, this is a new story, but I could have sworn we just had to send Elon Musk's spacecraft up there to get people, and then they just brought this guy home for cake. You get what I'm saying? Makes sense. So the other story going around is in regards to Austin Metcalf, who was stabbed on the track last week. And so yesterday, Carmelo Anthony's parents tried to have a conference or something, and Austin Metcalf's dad showed up, and they, for some reason, thought he was going to start trouble, even though he had been on national television saying he forgave their son. So they had him removed, and he claimed all he wanted to do is pray with Carmelo Anthony's mother. But aside from that, people were swatting his house.
This morning, we are following developments in a story out of Frisco.
Frisco police confirming that a swatting call was made last night to an address involving the family of Austin Metcalf. Metcalf is a teenager who was stabbed to death at a Frisco track meet after an altercation earlier this month. Swatting is calling the police with a fake emergency, prompting the dispatch of a large number of officers to an address.
All of this came just hours after the parents of Carmelo Anthony, the teen charged in that stabbing, spoke publicly for the first time. Our Larry Collins is following that part of the story for us this morning. Larry?
Good morning. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony's mother extended condolences to the Metcalf family in that briefing yesterday. But we should also note that Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, unexpectedly showed up at that press conference held by the Anthony family. He was asked to leave and was escorted out by Dallas police without incident. After that, Carmelo Anthony's family spoke to the public for the first time, saying they have faced threats.
Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys,
so we watched that yesterday, and my understanding would actually almost did it again. My understanding what happened was there was just kind of like a shoving incident or something, and Carmelo Anthony already had the knife in his hand, according to 30 witnesses, and said, "If you touch me again, I'll kill you." And the kid touched him, and he stabbed him in the heart, and then took off, throwing the knife up on the bleachers. That's not self-defense, and as somebody pointed out earlier today on a YouTube channel, that's actually first-degree murder. So he's probably looking at spending his life in prison, no matter how you cut it. But why they're letting him out on bond now, probably just to stir people up and cause some division would be my guess. there's no scenario where it goes good for him. I mean, if you already have the knife in your head and you say, I'm going to kill you if you touch me again, that's a whole different story than we had gotten before. But it gets worse. So, you know, somebody held a rally for Austin Metcalf, this YouTuber or whatever, Jake Lang, and then he pulled a freaking stupid move.
Americans, fight, 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 fight. Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that it shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk?
And this, by the way, is Austin Metcalf's father he's talking to, the kid that was killed. I mean, he's definitely trying to start some shit here, or some racial division.
Talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point. God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk. Of my son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
In history, this is the shift where white people will no longer...
What a piece of shit, dude. You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with... No, he took the hardest route there is to take, the one of forgiveness. I don't know any parent that would forgive that quickly after their son was murdered, even though that's exactly what you're supposed to do, and they're condemning him for it. I knew those guys were going to start shit. I don't know who this Jake Lang guy is, but I had a feeling they were going to start some shit. All right, moving on again to the shooting that occurred a day or so right after that, and the girl who was in 2 shootings.
I mean, I never thought it would happen to me for the first time, and here we are, and unfortunately this is America for you. After surviving the Parkland school shooting at Stoneman Douglas back in 2018, I was a freshman. After that day, I kind of woke up every morning thinking that it could be my last day. I was afraid for my life, every step that I took, and I've come a long way over that time, and I've gotten to a place over these last couple of years where I didn't fear for my life anymore, and I was able to walk around campus and feel safe, and here we are yet again, and that was taken away from me for a second time. These actually were the doors that I came out of yesterday. I was in the bowling alley. I am one of the bowling instructors on campus as a 1-credit course that students can opt to take. And we had the music playing pretty loudly, so unfortunately we didn't hear anything, which we were lucky that some of my students looked out of the glass doors and saw everybody running. And I didn't see that, so I'd asked them what was going on. And when they said that everyone ran, I came out from behind the desk and I looked and I saw crickets and I saw belongings left behind, and unfortunately, due to my previous experience, I knew what that meant, and before I knew exactly what was going on, I just started to direct everybody into the back room to safety until I got further information, but I had a feeling that it was an active shooter situation before I even heard. You looked out into that room and you knew there was an emergency. There was not anything there, no movement, dead silence, and laptops open, bags on the floor. I knew what that meant.
She's so lying. That's the most rehearsed bunch of horse shit I've ever heard. You guys know what I'm saying. Yeah, that probably is a crisis actor. I mean, I don't know that 100%, obviously, but I guarantee you she's lying. And it turns out New York's starting to have some of the same problems as London and Indiana and Texas.
MashaAllah, you could hear the Adhan blocks away.
You know, I was thinking about the thing with the transgender thing in kids in school again. Isn't it ironic that it's not child abuse to do what they were doing in that video, having kids talk about butt plugs, but it's child abuse if you don't call your kid by their proper pronoun or you won't let them get a sex change. What country are we living in where things are so twisted around? They've gotten to a point where they've twisted child abuse upside down. How does that work? And nope, that wasn't Iran, Michelle. That was New York. It's messed up. This migrant, and this is in Italy. It's hilarious because they know how to handle their migrants in Italy. This is an African migrant in Italy. Refused to get out of the road for the police, who didn't appreciate it much. This guy gets out casually, and down he goes. Should we watch that again? Should we watch that in slow motion? Should we watch that in reverse? And bang. He gets out of the car. He's all smooth. And down he goes. Italy. You've got the right idea. Now that's how it's done. Looking at a couple Trump posts, Trump says, "Happy Easter to all, including the radical left lunatics who are fighting and scheming so hard to bring murderers, drug lords, dangerous prisoners, the mentally insane, and well-known MS-13 gang members and wife beaters back into our country. Happy Easter also to the weak and ineffective judges and law enforcement officials who are allowing this sinister attack on our nation to continue, an attack so violent that it will never be forgotten. Sleepy Joe Biden purposely allowed millions of criminals to enter our country totally unvetted and unchecked through an open borders policy that will go down in history as the single most calamitous act ever perpetrated upon America. He was by far our worst and most incompetent president, a man who had absolutely no idea what he was doing, but to him and to the person that ran and manipulated the auto pen, perhaps our real president, and to all the people who cheated in the 2020 presidential election in order to get this highly destructive moron elected, I wish you with great love, sincerity, and affection a very happy Easter." Oh, Donald, man. Only he could write something so beautiful. He also writes, "Melania and I would like to wish everyone a very happy Easter. Whether you are heading out to church or watching service from home, may this day be full of peace and joy for all who celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. He is risen." And that's from Melania. And then, of course, after all that, he went out to golf. Hey. Good to see you. It was a nice day, I'll give him that. I hope he had fun golfing. Probably clears the mind. He also posted this: non-tariff cheating, number 1, currency manipulation, 2, VATs which act as tariffs and export subsidies, dumping below cost, export subsidies and other government subsidies, protective agricultural standards, protective technical standards, counterfeiting piracy and IP theft, transshipping to evade tariffs. Right on the money there, actually. And the White House posted this: Happy Passover, bring them home. As Passover ends, we send our warmest wishes to all celebrating this sacred holiday of freedom. While families gather, innocent men, women, and children remain held hostage by Hamas. So there's that. A little nod to Israel. Meanwhile, NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, who rescued countless victims during Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina with his helicopter, returned again this morning to the mountains with the Easter Bunny, airdropping 1,000 Easter eggs to children in the Black Mountains of North Carolina. Happy Easter. Awesome. Pretty cool, Greg Biffle. I haven't watched NASCAR in a while, but it's pretty badass. That's a very cool thing. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance was meeting the Pope at the Vatican. I wonder how that one went. Meanwhile, we've got another balloon problem. Remember the spy balloon? We've got another balloon problem.
I don't understand how nobody's talking about this, but there is a hot air balloon that has traveled from South Dakota.
Not a hot air balloon.
Almost to the Bahamas.
What is that hot air balloon doing flying so far out over the ocean? Weather balloon? No, too predictable, too ordinary. Let's investigate. First thought, Google's Project Loon. High-altitude balloons designed to provide internet in remote places. Seemed logical, right? Wrong. Project Loon shut down in 2021. Its technology transferred to Raven Aerostar, an American company specializing in advanced balloons. Let's take a look at a prior flight. August 7th, 2024. Oh, what's this? August 7th, 2024. The date Aerostar's Thunderhead balloons were deployed during a US-led military exercise called Arcane Thunder 24. Interesting. So my best guess, this is no weather balloon. It's likely performing military ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or testing out advanced communication systems over the ocean. Elementary. Let me know what you think it's doing, and I'll see you in the comments. Take care.
I think it's another freaking spy balloon. And, if you're a Walmart shopper and buy your meat from Walmart, you might not wanna, apparently.
Walmart, you got some splaining to do. I don't know what possessed me to look at the ingredients on my Angus beefsteak burgers, but let me tell you, my husband really likes these burgers. My neighbor turned us onto it, so these are the best tasting burgers I ever had. You wanna know why? Guess what the ingredients are? Ground beef and natural flavorings. And when you see natural flavorings, that does not mean natural. They are made in a lab, and they are a very deceptive marketing practice by corporations, and they are not required to disclose what is in their natural flavorings. So the FDA defines natural flavorings as flavoring agents derived from plant or animal sources. So it could be, like I don't eat pork, it could have pork in it. This could include fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, meat, seafood, or dairy. However, the term is broad and does not guarantee that the final product is free from chemical processing or hidden additives. This is from Metabolic Terrain Institute of Health's website.org. And like I said, they're not required to disclose what's inside their proprietary flavor blends. This means that while the base of these flavors may, and I'm not saying do because that's a real hard stretch, may come from nature, the final product may be far from natural in the way consumers expect. And, I know that there's one that they make from the butt gland of a beaver that's in foods. So I try to avoid anything with natural flavorings, but who would think to look at hamburgers to see if there's natural flavorings. When I tell you, I have found that in even cans of corn. This is disgusting. I'm going to actually show you the label. There you go. Angus steak burgers, ingredients, ground beef, and natural flavorings. Now, in my personal opinion, this is a deceptive marketing practice to get us natural flavorings work on your brain like MSG and make you crave more and more of the product. That's why the campaign slogans, you can't just eat one. That's why. It's the stuff, the flavorings they put on them. Not to mention, what if you have a dietary restriction or an allergy to something? I mean, you don't know. They're not required to disclose, and nor has any company I've ever seen disclosed natural flavorings. And it's even more insidious than that. It's even in most of what you would consider health foods. You know, take a browse through Whole Foods, who claims that they only allow certain ingredients into their stores. Almost everything in there is full of natural flavorings. So these will be going back to Walmart, and I will never be buying these again. And I would suggest start looking at even your meat labels, because who knows what they're feeding us. I'm disgusted with you, Walmart. And I wanted to add one more thing. Even if whatever it is natural that they're putting in here, the extraction process can involve solvents, preservatives, or stabilizers that may not align with clean or biblically clean eating approach. For those of us focusing on that kind of thing,
whatever we scrape up off the floor,
flavorings in it is imperative. And Walmart will be getting these back from a very unhappy customer. Never shopped there to begin with. Very, very rarely. Not a fan of that store.
Definitely not a fan now, huh? It's just such a broad range of what natural flavors could be. It could basically be anything. Oh man, it's messed up. Moving on to a couple of random topics here.
Narrative about World War II is a lie. If the Holocaust is a lie, if the narrative about Hitler is a lie, then diversity is a lie. Then the idea that white nationalism is bad is a lie. They said white nationalism is bad because of the Holocaust. Well, if the Holocaust didn't happen. They say Christian nationalism is bad because of the Holocaust. They say criticizing Jews is bad because of the Holocaust. It could lead to another Holocaust. If you take it to its logical conclusion, it changes how you view everything. Suddenly now, you don't feel so bad about criticizing Jewish power. Because if Hitler wasn't just scapegoating them, if maybe the Jews did have a role in destroying Germany, if maybe they did have a role in creating the conditions of Weimar Germany, then maybe that's a parallel that we see today. Maybe there's a common denominator there. It changes how you perceive the world.
He needs a Tylenol. I get what he's saying, though, but that goes for everything right now. Like you're saying, everything's upside down. I remember telling you guys a year ago, things would never be the same again. Someday we might miss the world as we know it now, or did know it. Maybe pre-2016. And what the hell is going on in Minnesota?
If you guys aren't watching what's going on in the great state of Minnesota, content creators, you're missing the boat on this one. Tim Walz is about to release 92% of all of its inmates in one fell swoop in an attempt, in his eyes, to make Minnesota safer. These poor citizens of the great state of Minnesota are suffering. Minnesota, you deserve so much better. Content creators, why can't you get involved and shine a light on this craziness that's going on out there?
Well, I mean, we knew Tim Walz was dropped on his freaking head, but I mean, I didn't know it affected him that badly. We're going to make Minnesota safer by releasing 92% of criminals. Where's the logic in that? I swear to God today, some of this news has to be a joke. I feel like they're just totally screwing with us. These guys knew how to celebrate Easter. They wrote Happy Easter Adolf, Easter eggs for Hitler. All right. Moving forward, I got a couple short things we're going to look at. We're going to start with this one. This is pretty freaking interesting. How many of you have seen The Passion of the Christ? I mean, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the movie by now. And you all know of Netflix. You should see what they did to the movie.
There are a lot of attacks on Christianity that are happening around the world right now. God told us in His Word that this would happen, so it's not a surprise. Let's take a look at some of these stories and see how, in the end, Jesus still gets the glory anyways. Did Netflix cut Isaiah 53 from Passion of the Christ? Some viewers have posted videos on social media asking that question after footage emerged from what appears to be two different versions of the opening montage. The movie's theatrical release included a passage from Isaiah 53, a passage written roughly 700 years before Christ, which reads, "He was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities, by His wounds we are healed." But in footage from the Netflix version shared on social media, viewers are met with a jarring 13-second blank black screen devoid of music or context.
I wanted to share something really interesting with you guys, so check this out. When you stream The Passion of the Christ on any other platform than Netflix, here's what comes up. Isaiah 53, right in the beginning, just like the DVD or the original film. Now, go over to Netflix and stream The Passion of the Christ. And here's the intro. They leave Isaiah 53 out. Why is that? Why is Jesus always under attack? What do you guys think? Sound off in the comments.
The detailed prophecies about Jesus in Isaiah 53 prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that He is the Messiah and the Bible is the truth. The Jewish people who study the Old Testament books like the Book of Isaiah reject Jesus as the Messiah, but the prophecy is so clear that Jews even say it's referencing Jesus when they're asked about it.
He was pierced for our transgressions, He was crushed for our iniquities, and by His wounds we are healed. Is this from the Tanakh or the New Testament?
זה מהברית החדשה או מהתנ"ך?
ברית החדשה.
מאיפה אתה חושב שזה, מהברית החדשה או מהתנ"ך?
New Testament. New Testament. New Testament. New Testament. I say new. So this is phrased from the prophet Isaiah 700 years before Jesus was born.
זה מהתנ"ך.
זה מהתנ"ך, כן? וואי.
זה מהתנ"ך. זה כתוב בישעיהו, ישעיהו נ"ג.
It wasn't just Netflix who attacked Jesus during this time, where His resurrection is celebrated by billions of people. Saturday Night Live also mocked Jesus being the Messiah and His second coming last Saturday in the opening to their show.
Hi, it's me, your favorite president, Donald Jesus Trump, comparing myself to the Son of God once again, you know. Many people are even calling me the Messiah because of the Messiah made out of the economy. It's true, the stock market did a Jesus. It died, then on the third day it was risen. And then on the fourth day it died again, possibly never to return, just like Jesus. Where the heck is that guy? Come back, get me out of this. Oh, and Jesus Christ is a name we've been saying a lot lately. We're saying it a lot. We look at our 401k and say, Jesus Christ, where did it all go?
Jesus has been laughed at and mocked since He came to the earth the first time. And the increased attacks on Jesus and those who follow Him is just more evidence that what the Bible has to say is actually the truth. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. Yet because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. This passage, which has now become a very clear fulfilled prophecy, is on full display in the United Kingdom. UK schools cancel Easter celebrations out of respect for diversity. Primary schools across the UK have begun scrapping traditional Easter celebrations, citing the need to respect the religious diversity of their student bodies. Norwood Primary School notified parents that it would not be holding the usual Easter bonnet parade or church service this year. In a letter sent by head teacher Stephanie Mander, the school explained that the goal is to create a more inclusive atmosphere. By not holding specific religious celebrations, we aim to create a more inclusive atmosphere that honors and respects the beliefs of all our children and their families, Mander wrote. This is obviously being done because of the flood of Muslim immigrants who have gone into the UK, and they're not showing any regards for diversity and respecting Christian holidays, and they're actually not showing any regard for anyone when it comes to them practicing their religion.
Today was a great day for people who think diversity is our greatest strength. Central London was brought to a screeching halt so that some Muslims could celebrate Al-Shura Day. So the Metropolitan Police decided to close several major roads so a procession could march through the capital. They said officers are present to minimise disruption and deal with any incidents. Okay, incidents like this?
Australia is the next country attacking specifically Christianity. What you notice is none of these countries or shows or companies are mocking any other religion except those that believe that Jesus is the Son of God and the only way to heaven. That alone should tell people that there's something more to Jesus and the Bible, because the other religions aren't a threat. And that's because the other religions don't have a real God behind them.
A new law in the Australian state of New South Wales called the Conversion Practices Ban Act 2024 allows religious expression and prayer as long as it isn't, quote, directed to changing or suppressing an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity.
2 Timothy 3, the book of Revelation, the Gospels, and many other scriptures mention the persecution of Jesus and those who follow him. But the amazing and great news is that Jesus is extremely loving and forgiving even to those who spoke badly against him. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man, it will be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the Holy Spirit, it will not be forgiven him, either in this age or in the age to come. Blaspheming the Holy Spirit, as referenced in this verse by Jesus, speaks of those who were witnessing Jesus do a miracle and then attributing it to Satan. This is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. This is something that not many people, or some people argue no one who knows God, could even do. Because even in our mistakes and our hardships, we don't see what's clearly an act of God and attribute it to Satan. God deserves all the glory for all his works, and there's no greater example than Jesus Christ rising from the grave in victory over sin and death. But the angel answered and said to the woman,
Alright, so that was one of the videos I wanted to show you. I got a couple more short ones like that we're going to watch before we go to that round table that we were going to watch last night and didn't have time for. So let's check these out first. This is a new video that I found kind of interesting regarding the Colosseum. So let's check it out real quick. It's not too long.
Is it possible that, at some point in the past, large audiences were entertained by watching bloody armed fights to the death? Is it inherent in human nature to find enjoyment in watching killings? Would you turn your thumb down to signal the execution of an innocent man? We were told that Colosseums were built for public spectacles such as gladiator fights, animal hunts, and naval battles. Let's challenge the official narrative and question the established beliefs. This structure is known as the Roman amphitheater, but upon closer examination, it becomes apparent that it lacks the features of a typical amphitheater. Notably absent are grand stairs, seating arrangements, and staircases. The prevailing theory suggests that the walls extending from the Colosseum's circular structures were meant to accommodate seating sections for spectators. However, what we observe are walls with a sloping top, some covered, others exposed. Curiously, there's a distinct lack of actual structures or seats. At the center of the Colosseum, small boxes with empty niches are scattered throughout. However, their purpose remains unclear in the context of a stadium. Moreover, upon closer inspection, everything about the Colosseum appears rather impractical for its purported use as a stadium. From the three outer rings to the vaulted arches, these architectural features serve no discernible function within a stadium's design. It is suggested that the small boxes within the walls of the Colosseum house gladiators and wild beasts, serving as their entry points into the arena. However, a closer look reveals that the openings in the walls were not designed for human passage. The arrangement and size of these openings do not align with the idea that they were used for gladiators or wild beasts. Additionally, it is claimed that the pillars found within the Colosseum serve as pilasters or supports for an upper floor. Yet this explanation seems implausible due to the pillars' thinness and suboptimal arrangement, raising doubts about their intended purpose. Clearly, these pillars must have served a different function altogether. Archaeologists have theorized that the underground water channels in the Colosseum were used for naval battles with galleys. However, significant questions remain about the feasibility of such a concept. It is unclear how the sandy arena floor would have been effectively waterproofed, and whether there would have been enough space for the galleys to maneuver. Logistically, the water would have had to rise several meters to reach the necessary depth, raising concerns about potential overflow into the Colosseum, as there seems to be no containment system in place. A widely circulated image of the Colosseum with a movable floor was created to showcase its supposed original appearance. Yet in reality, the idea of naval battles with ships taking place in front of a live audience within the Colosseum seems far-fetched, more akin to a fairy tale. Despite these doubts, such claims are frequently propagated by so-called experts, including historians, archaeologists, and tour guides, leading people to accept these ideas as fact. One particular claim suggests that the Colosseum featured a sliding roof system, with canvas tied to the windows at the top of the structure using ropes, and cranes allegedly employed to move this canvas roof. However, the absence of any remains of canvas, ropes, or cranes raises serious doubts about the validity of this theory. Simply put, no tangible evidence supports such a claim. It has also been suggested that the Colosseum housed 88 elevators used to lift beasts and gladiators into the arena. While a supposed replica of these elevators have been showcased, there is a glaring lack of concrete evidence or remnants confirming their existence. Furthermore, we are told that each opening in the arches was adorned with a statue, and animations have been created to illustrate this. Yet no traces or remnants of these statues have been found at the actual site. The pillars of the Colosseum are notorious for being riddled with holes. According to popular belief, these holes were the result of workers using iron clamps instead of mortar during construction. Over the centuries, these iron clamps were allegedly stolen and removed. However, this explanation seems illogical. Why would iron clamps have been used instead of mortar in the first place? Furthermore, some of these holes are located in hard-to-reach areas, making it even more unlikely that all the clamps were removed. Despite this, the Colosseum has remained steadfast and structurally stable throughout history, proving that these holes have not compromised its integrity. Unfortunately, no remaining iron clamps exist to examine their initial purpose. Interestingly, similar holes can be found in other Colosseums, such as those in Arles and Verona, as well as in structures like aqueducts and viaducts. These holes, regardless of their origin, seem to have served a functional purpose during construction. They may have acted as channels, allowing vibrations to dissipate and redirecting energy into the ether, functioning as a form of slot antenna. Slot antennas can have a regular shape, but they can also be designed in different configurations to enhance their gain. These slots are found not only in the walls, but also in empty niches and even at the center of the Colosseum. The true purpose of the Colosseum was to generate electricity. The structure was designed to efficiently capture atmospheric energy, minimize spatial losses, and direct energy toward the center of the Colosseum for processing, storage, conversion into electricity, and distribution. Contrary to the assumption that its design was purely aesthetic, the vaulted arches and pillars of the Colosseum served a practical function. There was never an upper floor or battlefield. Rather, these architectural elements were ingeniously designed to act as a source of electrical energy. If you're interested, I will explain more about this in the next video.
Well, what do you guys think? Never heard that theory before, like ever. But obviously you could put all kinds of theories to something that old, but that would change a lot of things, wouldn't it? But then again, everything else is upside down, so why not, right? All right, so I've decided I'm going to go ahead and play the round table next. And I'm going to save our story for our Easter story for after that. So here we go.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Three Amigos podcast. This has become known by, I think David Zuniga is the one that coined that, the Three Amigos. We've always been just called Round Table, no status of Three Amigos. So we'll just make it a general round table. Mike Jaco, MichaelKJaco.com, I think it is. And of course, Nino Rodriguez, Nino's Corner. Most of you guys know that. If you haven't seen their shows, folks, they have great guests coming on, like powerful guests. I'm actually in there scalping some of the people you guys are interviewing lately because you got great stuff going on. A lot of cool stuff.
It's called podcast poaching.
I am a poacher. It's my first poaching experience.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, I saw.
Everyone does it. Who cares anymore?
I was watching Nino's show. I just said, Nino, I said, man, I was watching your show and I was watching Laura Eisenhower, Dan Cooper, and I started this platform right out of the gate, actually the radio show, Secret Space Programs. That's exactly what I went after. I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. So I called Laura up. I saw you on Nino's Corner, Nino's TV. You got to come on. So, yep, we're lined up to bring them on.
She's awesome. I love Laura, man. She's a really good person. Just to think that this all started 5 years ago, the world was so different, right? Just 5 years ago when we were all hanging out in Vegas and like, I mean, it's like nobody knew what was happening in 2021. And this is how it all just kind of took off for us. But I got to say, man, and I say this every time, when people were scared to come out and not say anything, we were fighting in the trenches, bro. And I'm sorry, but I don't know many others that were doing what we were doing. There were some that were just kind of silent behind the scenes. They would say some things on X here and there, maybe, but they weren't going full out like we were 5 years ago. I don't know many. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's just, it's now what's mainstream. We were talking about 5 years ago. And it kind of gets under my skin, to be quite honest with you. These guys that are, we're like the unsung heroes, man. just credit to you guys. That's all I'm saying. Credit to you.
Well, I can tell you this.
Yeah, you're the one that stayed in the trenches. Scott came in with tomahawks. I came in snapping necks and poking eyes. And they're like, you guys got to go. So, I just got my YouTube back.
Did you?
Yeah.
I complained. Yeah. I said, hey, I saw like I had one, the last one I had, I didn't complain anymore because they're like, yeah, no, you can't come back. So I didn't complain. So I saw it. It popped up. I was like, search around. It popped up. It's like, yeah, you're not on YouTube anymore. I was like, yeah, I think I didn't do anything wrong. And they came back like, you're right. You didn't. I was like, what?
Whoa.
So things have changed because of the Trump effect. Today, they're coming after Google and saying, you guys have abused the internet, you've abused all this stuff, and we're coming after you guys. So I think that's why I was able to come back. And Scott, I don't know, maybe you should slip back in too.
I was just thinking to myself, well, if Mike can do it, I can. And I thought, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen because I'm like after Patriot Street Fighter 31 or 32, we're at 39 now. I can't get in 39, but 32, I'm like, yep. I told you, Susan Wojcicki, I'd be back here. Go fuck yourself. I'll be on YouTube longer than you're even in the company, which became true, right? But I think if they rewind my recordings,
secret.
What's that?
If you're going to start another YouTube channel, you got to use go buy a totally new computer. You have to do it from a different computer.
That's how I found ways to get in with the same computers for, like I said, from 1 through 37, 38, I was still getting back in there. And I kept making fun of them. I was like, yeah, they have a whole floor at YouTube, 7th floor. They have one door, and it says above it, Patriot Street Fighter, and they got about 40 milquetoast pussies in there figuring out how to try to keep me from coming back in. But here I am again, right? So I just kept taunting them. They were booting me out 3 channels at a time. I'd like 18, 19, and 20. 18's live, 19's ready to go. I got 45,000 subscribers on 19. No videos, nothing. 45,000 subscribers ready to leapfrog. I played that shit for a while. But anyways, hey, man, if Mike Jacob...
I think it's going to change. I think the game's changing already. I mean, I'm still on YouTube, but I think I'm already seeing a difference. Like, there's some things I'm getting away with now that I didn't before.
Well, just to show you, we did not need them to accomplish what we accomplished, right? And like I said, I always say this, it's always endearing because it happens to me constantly wherever I go, right? And somebody recognizes me and I always talk to them and they're like, yeah, I listen to you. And before they can even say it, you listen to Jaco and Nano too, don't you? Yeah, how'd you know? I'm like, because everybody says it. It always comes.
It's a package deal almost.
It's so funny. It just constantly happens. So Anyways, let's have a look at what's going on in, right now. I mean, obviously, guys, we can go in a million directions. I'll let you guys take it where you want. I just think Doge is the greatest, most inspiring thing I've seen in my 35 years of being pissed off, or at least 30 years. Watching this unfold and people are impatient, right? And I get people being impatient. I'm like, I am. I hit a rant or two, like on Cash, Patel, and Bondi, and I'm like, Scott, get back to your center zone, the love vibration, Mike. Calm down. There is so much to do, so many deep state criminals. They're carrying the operation out in the sequence they've got to get them all right. Tell me I'm right or wrong.
I think you're right. What I think, this is obviously happening in operational phases, and I think they jumped the gun with the Epstein list because there's so many powerful people that are almost virtually impossible to take down. I've heard a lot of people on Wall Street on there, but we all know things are happening behind the scenes, and I think it just has to be done at the right time. Timing's everything. You can have all the speed and power in boxing, and if you don't have timing, you're no good. If you don't have that key, that gift of timing's everything. So in war, timing is everything. I know Jacob can attest to that. So to me, this has to be done with surgical precision, and they got to land the shots just right. And I think if they pull the plug, if they expose the Epstein list now, too many things can happen to affect the economy. And we're in a fragile state right now with China and the tariffs. So I think Doge was there to expose the corruption, show the wasteful spending. I think there's two parts to this, though. I also think that, Elon being involved in this, I'm also looking at it on the other side of things. I personally think they're going to get all the corrupt judges out now, like all these corrupt judges that are stopping deportation flights and dragging their feet. I think they're ultimately going to be arrested. I think they shined a spotlight on themselves. They're going to ultimately be arrested and taken out. And what's going to happen, I think, maybe not now, maybe not in a year from now, but in 2-3 years, maybe, we may see, which I'm concerned about. I don't think this is a good thing. What if we see the whole government and legal system, judicial system be replaced with AI? Because that's what Elon's all about. And this is Oracle and the money that's being invested in the United States right now with AI. I mean, there's no escaping this. We're not getting away from this. I think it's just the tentacles are just going to keep overreaching. I think it's going to take over our government. Is this the plan the whole time? I don't know. Also, we have the Real ID Act coming in May. That sure sounds like problem, reaction, solution to me. I'm not saying I'm against Trump. I'm already emotionally invested in Trump, right? I'm against the whole radical Democrat agenda, but you'd be an idiot not to look at all sides of the playing field here and be like, wait a minute here. This is sure, the pendulum went really far left and now we're going that way. And I'm like, well, do we put the brakes on? I mean, how far are we going here? And so that's all I'm looking at. I mean, I'm a Trump supporter. I'd be very irresponsible of me and anybody that if we didn't look at all sides of the playing field. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that, but that's how I see it.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think the judicial side is really getting taken down. I agree with it completely. I literally had a dream about that last night, that the judicial side was being systematically exposed and decimated, and it will be squeezed down to the point where it's no longer a problem. And I think that's why we're not seeing the arrest, because we have to downsize so many different things so they're no longer usable by the Gazarian mafia. So if you have specifically Hakeem Jeffries was on CNN. I just happened to be flipping through channels at the gym, and I saw him talking. I saw constitutional problems, and I was like, what? And so what are you talking about? And so he's talking about how the Supreme Court is not, doing the right thing. You're not doing the right thing for you guys, you bastardos, but that you came after lawfare against Trump, and now he's basically destroying your lawfare system, and that's why you have a problem with it. You have Letitia James in New York who basically said that Donald Trump was, avoiding, mortgage and fair, qualification. He was saying his property was undervalued and all that kind of stuff. And now we're seeing she is the one that did that, and they have all the evidence for that. So is they're going are they going to say, oh, well, she's the first black DA woman in America, you can't go after her, that's evil, of course you're racist and blah blah blah. It's like, no, that's George Soros sponsored bullshit, and we're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of all of it, so that that whole corruption is being destroyed. So if I'm setting up an ambush, I'm going to let the front knuckleheads go by, and I want the meat. I want to blow up the meat. I want to like annihilate those guys that are in the deep side of things, and that's what we're waiting for. We're getting ready to annihilate all the real baddies.
So Mike, let me ask you this. So I would think that Trump needs to leave some of these people out there, the crazy people, to keep it moving, right? It's like chum in the water.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. And of course he would. I mean, I think we've been talking about this for a while. There's people that have been disappearing. You know, Biden had his inauguration day. He had his funeral on or whoever that was that playing Biden had the funeral. The 3 guns instead of the 4 guns that Trump had. So we've all been through. We've all talked about this. We know this. We know that Anthony Fauci's off the. Hillary Clinton's not the same person. So there's a lot of people that have been pulled out. So yeah, I think they and who are they playing for? Or, does a deep state even have a Trump they put out there and says certain things? I think so.
I think so.
I think they even have somebody that does that. So it's
well, shit, they don't need it anymore. They have AI.
That's true.
Yeah,
AI does everything. We're living in a time now where we can't tell what's real and fake. I mean, we're there now.
Mm-hmm. We are there.
And it's only getting better.
Yeah. I mean, all the way back to 9/11 with those aircraft disappearing into the buildings. It's like
holograms, right, Mike? Hologram. They were
holograms. Yeah,
that's the craziest thing. That was something that I didn't really get to know and understand till much later. I'm talking like I discovered in 2004 what I discovered 2006 when I walked completely away. When I realized that was one of the primary things, realizing that was an inside job by government, including ours, number one. But I didn't know about these planes. They were never planes that hit the towers. These are holograms that made it look like they were planes hitting and they were exploding. We know that these were detonations that brought them down. Apparently detonate. They didn't find a freaking single airplane engine, for Christ's sake. You can't crash.
Dude, how does a plane hit the building like that and a wing doesn't even fly off?
Well, you'd have an impression. 100.
They disappeared in the buildings. The buildings disappeared. Like nothing left. It's like. Duh, come on. So, I mean, we've been talking about this. I've been talking about this for decades. All of us, will come out and say this, but I know, David, you've been in front of people that have much bigger talk shows than we do, and they won't go near this. But no, like you said, we're hammering this stuff.
Yeah.
We're setting the foundation for this stuff to be revealed. And I think we've done a really good job.
And that's what I always get. Well, you can't go mainstream if you keep doing this, if you keep putting your toe in the water and this stuff. And I just say, sorry, I'm more about truth. I don't care. Like it's kind of like, I've had, and I'm not going to say who, because I won't do that, but some bigger names than any of us that have a bigger platform that are conservative talk show hosts. And it's like it goes when I throw little seeds at them, little passes, like a softball. I'll just throw a little softball at them to see where they hit it. They miss. It goes right past them. What we're talking about is still not in their consciousness. They don't understand. This is all crazy talk to a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And I put feelers out. I kind of set the tone. I worked the jab a little bit on them, and they can't even block the jab, dude. So I have to go down to their level. And these are people that are bigger than us, guys. I go to their level, and I go, all right. So we have to have a very surface level conversation here, and endorse a book or something. I don't know, whatever. But it's heartbreaking for me, because that's why I love doing these roundtables with you guys, because we let it all go out. We're street fighting right now, man. Like, this is the trenches. This is the real deal shit right here, man. Like, what we're talking about is the reality. What these other people won't even fucking touch with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, it's kind of like, do you want to be entertained or you want to know the truth? It's your call. You want to be entertained, go watch mainstream media. Or any of these.
Believe that stuff, man. They're still asleep.
You pointed it out to me when you called me the day, David, after the election. You were kind of ramped up because Dana in the Joe Rogan comment, you're like, what the hell is he talking about? He had nothing to do with this. And I thought, you're right, because he did an interview a
It
week.
was us, dude.
The election
It
was already
people like
over. I
us.
mean, Trump was already elected before that interview. That interview didn't turn the nation. It was what we did for 5 years, hammering away like we did. And when you said that, I thought, you're right. Even like, Joe Rogan, top of the food chain, amazing show, very smart, by the way, very smart, great guest. But the reality is, we were a bunch of Q fucks. Those are his words. We were a bunch of Q fucks, right?
Do the math. Do the math. Each of us were probably getting anywhere from 3 to 10 million views a month, right? Each of us for 5 years.
Easy.
How many people did we wake up? Think about that for a second.
100 million.
I mean, that's how many people we were hitting. Yeah. So people were ready for someone like Joe Rogan or someone along those lines to come in and be like, okay, it's just, that's what I think. I do, man. I'm sorry, bro. That's the way I look at it.
I totally agree. Yeah. But what I love is like when we're really hitting something good and there's people really clicking on it and they're getting it finally, then it'll rise up to those guys and they're like, look what we found.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't need it. We don't need it. Yeah. Yeah. So we're like down in the trenches, throwing grenades back and forth to those knuckleheads that are trying to kill us all. I've seen from several different people that there's upwards of 1 billion people that have expired. 1 billion.
Hard to say.
That expired from that, and so and that was last year. That was last year. So they're keeping all of this very, very, low key, obviously. I mean, I see it all the time. I see like, celebrity after celebrity after celebrity after musician after musician, just going by every day. Boom, 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 boom.
Dying off.
And I'm like, what the heck?
George Foreman, a huge advocate for the vaccine, huge advocate. And people that I talk to now, even that have cancer or like something wrong with them, they still don't correlate. I go, did you get vaccinated 5 years ago? Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm like, it's still not registering. You don't get it. Nah, okay. You know what I mean? It's just like, and I don't care. I even put it on my X. I said, man, there's sure a lot of people dying off right now, aren't there? And you wouldn't believe how many people under my X post was like, nothing irregular to me, man. It's always been this way. Yeah, people die. I understand that, but this is way more than ever before. I mean, every year the amount of celebrities just passing is like, since 2020 has just been astronomical.
I mean, we meet people all the time at events, and I hear from people because I do shows where I'm on the surface of this all the time, the edge of this, and people are coming in talking about all kinds of people that have died, that they told not to get vaccinated. They got vaccinated and they're all gone. Whole communities. For some senior communities are gone. And I know I travel a lot. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not seeing as many people around the country, down in Mexico. It's like, I see it.
Wow.
There's less people around.
Wow.
I'll say that I have another theory on that, Mike. I agree with you 100%. Like, I'm with you on that, believe me.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think, if you think about it, like I flew from El Paso to San Antonio for a doctor's appointment, and then from San Antonio back to El Paso. Not once ever have I ever flown on that flight and it not be back to the gills. It's like usually standing. It's like you got like the pre-op line, right? Like the what is it called? The
pre-board,
the waiting list, people to get on.
Yeah, no, but
me and the other Crips.
Pre-board, sorry.
Yeah.
No, my mind's going too fast. Pre-board is usually 20 people long, dude. And this is from El Paso to San Antonio because guess what? A lot of people from El Paso, San Antonio, from Mexico, they're illegal and they're flying. So this last time that I went, 70 to 100 seats open on both flights. That never happens. So if you think about it, with all the policies Trump's put in, think about the freeze right now on 30 million plus people that are here illegally that are not allowed to just move around freely. They're just frozen because if they go to the airport, they're going to get deported. They won't be able to fly. If they risk driving to the airport. I mean, this is a frozen state for these people. A lot of them are still not leaving, but they're going to be forced to because they can't do anything here. Mm-hmm. So they can't fly. So when I noticed the 70 to 100 seats open, I got a whole row to myself. I'm thinking to myself, this has never happened. This is 20 years ago, maybe if you take a late flight, but I've never seen it like this.
Interesting.
Yeah, I flew into Houston from Puerto Vallarta, a few days ago, and usually when I would go through Houston, there's like the lines are just like incredible. You can see illegal people like are in lines all in the back of the house, all kind of crazy stuff. I didn't see any of it. Almost walked right up to Passport. When I went to Puerto Vallarta, walked right up to Passport, no problems. Boom, boom, right through. Boom, boom, right through. I've never, since I've been traveling for decades, have had that. So and it could be like I think that's definitely part of it. Legal aliens that have invaded our country on a massive level are laying low and being deported, so they're not part of the system anymore. So yeah, it's kind of nice actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think about 1 billion people. If there's close to 8 billion on the planet, what is that? That's like, I mean, it's an insane number. And I don't know what nations were the most vaccinated. I mean, I don't know how many we have vaccinated in this country. Do you guys know?
80%.
80%.
80% in this country. So really, if 80%, so the globalists won. The globalists won their depopulation. If that's the case,
On that,
if it's 80%, they won.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and weather warfare. Look at weather warfare all around the world. It's not just here in America where they're like 1,000-year floods are happening all up and down the middle of the country, and directed energy weapons. And I got hammered by a hurricane here. It's weather warfare around the world. So these globalists aren't just here in America. They're hammering in Australia. 6 continents right now are having massive flooding. 6 continents. The only one, Antarctica, where it originates from. So we have in Australia alone, we have bigger than Texas size flooding, and it's killed over 1 million livestock.
Holy
goats, sheep, cattle. That's going after food supply.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing is happening in Turkey. They had massive snow and ice just recently, devastated the crops. The world is still being hammered by the deep state. They're not done by any stretch of imagination.
I just saw something on geoengineering. Trump, there's a bill or something that was moving toward the elimination of chemtrails, going after these companies that are putting all this shit in the air. Do you guys heard anything about that? I saw the article about a week ago.
I've heard about it, but I've also heard that, if you talk to Juanito, he says that it's being used for defense purposes as well, which I think that could be a reality. Like, okay, but at what price? I mean, we're killing off how many insects a year? How many species are dying from these things? How many people are getting diseases and cancer and breathing this crap in? At what price? So it's, I think, yeah, sure, it could be used for defense systems, but they're also doing it to geoengineer the planet. And I mean, I'll tell you, I'll wake up in the morning and come outside and I'll see a beautiful morning, man, sunny. And then I'll just all of a sudden see planes just playing tic-tac-toe. And then by 1:30, 2 o'clock, it's a big haze outside. It's just disgusting. Every damn day. It's not even clouds. It's just a haze, a big haze. It's gross. So, I mean, that's to me is going to be the marker of what's Trump doing here. Like, are you going to stop the chemtrails? Because I think everybody who's awake knows these are killing people, and so they need to stop. So, are you going to do it? RFK, are you going to do it? They got to stop. I'm more scared of the chemtrails than I am the vaccines, because I know my free will. I don't have to take a vaccine. I can say, no, I'm not going to do it no matter how much peer pressure. But I go outside and breathe the air, or a water supply, all the crap that's in our water supply. So that's killing us. They're getting us at all angles here, man.
Yeah, and here in Florida, they just passed a bill to no geoengineering, chemtrailing, and so forth. And we haven't had any chemtrailing. We used to have it like crazy.
Okay.
So is it all done? Are we all like safe? No, of course not. They do this stuff. They still do this stuff at night. They have other geoengineering, platforms that they use. They still use fog and all kind of crazy stuff. It's not over. So I had one on too where he talked about how they use that to basically stop missiles from coming in, and that's why they did that. Makes total sense. why would they stop it? Even if even if people complaining, they used to, they've complained for a long time, but now they're starting to pass these laws and they're not having any more of that. The reason why, like Juan just talked about, I think he did it in Nino's Corner, where he said, we have the technology now where we don't need that. And the reason why we kept it going is we didn't want them to know we had something different.
Interesting.
So there's something different there. And Trump has said, we have technologies that is far more advanced than everybody else. So somebody was asking about, China, or scared of like having a war with China. He says, we have technologies that's far more advanced than anyone knows. And of course, they have the F-47 named after the 47th president. And that is the sixth generation bomber or fighter, which can use drones. A whole fleet of drones can fly with it. Wow, that's AI right there. So there's definitely some stuff going on that's way beyond anything that everybody else has out there. So they're kind of backing down.
Do you know what I think the technology is? And I think it was shown to the entire world, especially the globalists, is when the Georgia Guidestones got blown up. I think that's what we're messing with. It was the perfect laser point precision, and it was just a light in the sky and then boom, gone. And I think that's what we have. I think he's saying, "Oh, do you like your house? I know where you live." And all these leaders are probably like, "Damn, man, that we can't do anything about this. I can just be walking in my car and boom, he can get me in my car." I mean, I think that's what it is. I think he sends them like a warning, like, "Look, here's where you live. We know everything about you. We have precision technology to take you out anytime we want from a satellite." And I think that's what it is, man. That's just my conspiracy mind. But if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, that was a shot to the globalists to let them know you're done. We got the technology now. You saw that light in the sky, and then boom, the Georgia Guidestone went down. So that's what I think it is. Just my humble opinion.
Good point. I mean,
definitely.
The fact of the matter is that, like you said, all these weapons, I wonder why we're spending still a tremendous amount of money on weapons when we're supposed to basically demilitarize the whole world and get us back into a symbiotic relationship with the planet, with humans, right? Because that just keeps us. Hey, I want to be I've been a defense hawk, minded my whole life. I want us to be a military superpower. But at what point do we make this transition where they're not taking every great technology, powerful technology, is turned into something to kill humans versus save humans versus, rebuild the planet in the likeness and image that it was to help humanity, not, where does this transition happen where we're not looking at, it's not because, we're just, hey, we're looking at them as the enemy. There's obviously a lot of bad things afoot in the world. Mike, you've seen it yourself for decades, things we would never even know about. You guys get to see, like, holy shit, look how bad it is in this part of the world. Like, what point is there going to be a suppression of these horrible things that go on against humans in other countries where we can start, pulling back the reins on using all technology to kill people, or neutralize them?
Yeah, you have to get to the point where we're defeating and completely defeat their weaponry. And when I say they, the Kazarian Mafia, their weaponry system are obviously very advanced. They're using direct energy weapons, like we talked about 9/11. Used direct energy weapons just recently on LA. They've used them in Lahaina and Paradise, California. Then around the world, not just in here in America. There's been towers that have been dropped in UK. There's been massive takedowns in Chile, of property and so forth that was supposed to be 15-minute cities. And of course, LA is supposed to be a 15-minute city. Lahaina is supposed to be a 15-minute city. So this is their thing now. They're basically destroying huge areas. And, Canada, they had a beautiful area up there where they did direct energy weapon attack. I can't think of the town right now, but I drove through there. Fabulous, fabulous mountain town. So, and it's supposed to be a 15-minute city. So they're not stopping. They obviously have some high technology that's more advanced than the good guys, because otherwise the good guys would just knock hell out of them and it'd be done. We hear about Admiral Byrd going down to Antarctica and getting turning around and running with his tail between his legs, with the two fleets down there to basically go after Antarctica. Whatever was going on down there with the Nazis after World War II, having run down there with all their high tech stuff. So obviously these guys still have a lot of stuff down there, and it still has to be defeated. Do we put troops on the ground there? Do we have some kind of space-based technology that blasts them? I don't know. It's obviously a war on that level, not just an information war, but a kinetic war with energy weapons, destroying humanity, and probably some of that's coming back on them. Because I do agree. I was with Louis Herms, one of his tours, and we were going to go up like 2 or 3 days before that and go to the Georgia Guidestones in prayer that it would go away, and it blew up like 3 days before we went there. So, crazy,
Talk
right?
about prayer working before we even do it. It's like
Yeah, just the
I know,
thought.
right?
You manifested it with your thinking, like Christ told you.
Yeah.
I know. Wow.
Yeah. Mike
I
Jacob
don't know,
blew
but
up the Georgia Guidestones. How'd he do it? He just did the Yoda thing, the Jedi mind.
Yeah.
I just thought about it.
Boom, it's gone.
I think, me being here on the border, I'm also watching the activity here, and I think we need to touch on that for a second because Big Bend, just down the road, there's a lot more military personnel and armored vehicles. And to me, I'm thinking, I don't know if that's really being used to stop immigration because I don't know, guys. I just think China's a wild card, and the cartels are still a wild card. I still believe in cartel warfare. I don't know how it hasn't popped off yet. I think a lot of things are happening behind the scenes to quell it because it should be an all-out war right now. And I know a lot of people have heard me say this many times. So I know that what I can see here on the border is the armored vehicles, a lot more military personnel, almost like there's putting their chess pieces in position for at least to show force, like if we need it for, I don't know, incoming attack, a terrorist attack. I don't know. I just know that it's nothing I've ever seen before here on the border.
So do you think, we talked about this in the past, guys. Juan pretty much clued us in on this, that, one of their weapons is 500,000 enemy combatants here in the U.S., and they're going to activate them sooner or later. I don't know if you guys are the same mindset, but I thought they were actually going to make that move before the election and have this chaos of these military trained, guys can handle, weapons and heavy weapons, just start murdering people around the country. Now, obviously, we know they would eventually be overrun law enforcement, but then be stopped by we the people. That's what Juan said.
I think they weren't planning on losing. I think they had it rigged,
Really?
and they were shocked when they lost. Yeah, I think
Okay.
what happened so I was watching it in real time, and I was also following a police scanner, and there was police going to certain parts that, like, it was crazy. Someone sent me a link to a police scanner actually happening in Pennsylvania where cops were showing up to like ballot drops and shit like that. Like, it was crazy, and they were pulling over U-Hauls or stuff like that. So it was actually getting stopped in real time.
Wow.
So when I was like, this is going to be stopped in real time, because I would have bet the house and the farm on chaos in October, November, and a halt in the election, because I knew they were going to try to steal it. But this is how perfected Trump's plan is, man. This is how strong it is. I mean, they were able to stop it in real time. You even heard Obama put on an X post saying, all right, folks, let them do their job. This may take a couple of weeks, but they got to count the ballots, planning to steal it. And Obama's trying to like calm the people down and put a statement out like, all right, we're going to have to count. No, that didn't even happen. Trump won. And I think they are in shock. They can't believe they lost. And all the things that we're witnessing right now is Trump had the ace up his sleeve, man, and they didn't know he had it. And I think Trump is a master poker player. Like, even now, like, who shot you? I don't know. I don't know. They say some guy. I mean, dude, he knows.
He is.
Like, it's he knows. He's a master poker player, man.
Yeah, and I think they're pretty much on their heels right now. That's one of the reasons why we haven't seen this outbreak. I think before Trump got in office, we had a show, and we're like, he's got to come in hard, and we were all impressed that he did. And I think that behind the scenes, there's still cleaning up. Another dream I had like 2 dreams last night that really stood out. The other one was that the Civil War has already started, that they're coming after the water systems already. This was in my dream so that can be, whatever. But I'm going to have Sheriff Mack on in a little while. And he came on one of my shows and said the infrastructure is going to be the target. initially.
Yeah.
And then there'll be more after that. So I'll ask him again about that in a little bit. But that's what I think.
Maybe
That will
that's
be
why
the
he's
first
setting
thing
up
to
the
go, the
military.
infrastructure, and then we'll start to see an escalation.
Well, maybe that's why they're setting up the military where they are because actually El Paso right now is becoming a huge point of interest for Pete Hegseth and all them. They're building a huge military facility here to house illegals. So this is going to be a housing facility, a massive housing facility here on Fort Bliss. Maybe that's why I'm seeing all the arm. We have a very big base here, Fort Bliss.
Oh yeah,
and I'm way more. Okay, so there was an apartment complex down the road from me, the Overlook Apartments or something like that, that had yellow tape everywhere, and I saw, the Ring doorbell on your phone, like you have like a community that people can talk on there. They're like, "What's going on at the Overlook Apartments?" Well, sure as shit, I went down there and cruised by it. There's military and police working together for something.
Wow.
To me, I'm thinking, see, this stuff is happening and people don't realize it. Something's happening because there's military and police. It looked like they did a raid, could have been on cartels, working together to clean out Tren de Aragua or what, I don't know. But I never have in my life here seen military and police working together. I haven't seen that.
So some executive order somewhere was allowing that because it's Hussey Comitatus is pretty much military. It doesn't get involved in domestic activities unless there's some kind of executive order. So there seems to have been.
But if they're a terrorist organization, which he signed, right?
Cartels.
Yeah. So if they're a known terrorist organization, then no game on, because so now you can use the military and the police, because if it's a terrorist organization, that would make sense, right?
Yeah. Well, that's where you have, if it's a terrorist organization, that's where you're going to have SEAL Team 6 and Delta come in usually. But maybe they're busy somewhere else, so they're like getting the military involved. I don't know. So that's good. That's an interesting, good point to bring up.
So Mike, one of the things Juan said about this happening, and he said, well, as he always says, he says, we'll get through it. I said, how are we going to get, 500,000 military trained fighters with access to weapons to go out and start shooting people in homes around the country, kick that off? And I said, how the hell do we get by that or get past that, get through it? He said it's not 500,000. He said it's 100 million to 500,000. Then it clicked in my head, is we the people, because he said, what will happen in that case if it happens? He said, what will happen is law enforcement will be overrun quickly. It'll be important to be there in a situation, a community's breaking down, you're supporting law enforcement, don't get in their way. He said, but they'll eventually be overrun. And he said, after about 3 days of this carnage, which means there's going to be a body count, a substantial one. That's, in my mind, he was saying that's where it's going to click in the minds of we the people. We're going to have to take care of this shit ourselves. And he said it won't be that hard because you're going to know who belongs in your community and who doesn't. You see a group of 3 military-aged Chinese males or, El Salvador or whatever, you see them in your community, you're going to be like, they don't belong here. All this shit's happened. It's got to be them. And people walk out and take care of business right now. No questions asked. That's what, in my opinion, is how it would have to happen. And he said what will end up happening is, their supply lines will be broken very quickly, and their communication. And he said what will happen is then they'll get word that they're the bodies that are being stacked all over the country, not us, right? And that's going to be like, holy shit, what's going on here? They told us this would be easy. I've said this many times here with you guys in the show as well. Go ahead and push up against people right in their own front yard and see what happens. It's a whole different, military, especially military, you guys, ex-veterans, you do things in war zones on other people's lands, but it can't compare to anything what you're going to do or willing to do when you're standing in front of your own house having to defend it. It can be a whole different vicious animal, no rules of engagement. If you step into the zone, that's a kill box wherever you are. That's just what I think. I think is how it would go down.
I'm actually very surprised it hasn't gone down yet. I'll be honest. I think they're taking out points of interest. I think like what I saw at the apartments, they got word that probably cartel there, and I mean, the tunnels they've already taken down in El Paso. I mean, this was happening before Trump got in. How is that possible? How are they taking down tunnels before he even gets in? So this stuff was happening on Biden's watch secretly. So there's a big X here, big X in Juarez that everyone can see across El Paso, and they have an MEXICO all across Mexico, and the big X is in Juarez, right? So it's a big like symbol for Mexico. It's a big red X. Well, under that was a tunnel that was going into El Paso, and X marks the spot, I guess. And they confiscated that tunnel. They confiscated a lot, and that was going under the loop freeway into El Paso, and it was a pretty elaborate tunnel. So they've been taking down tunnels like crazy before he even got in. And I'm talking like it was like a few weeks before I got in. I was like, how is this possible? It has to be an operation.
Yeah, I still think, Mike, you probably do too. This has been a consistent de facto military operation from the day Trump took power, basically when he announced, but the power hasn't stopped, hasn't changed. That's why it's 45-47. Trump never left. At least his official authority as commander-in-chief has never been mitigated by the stolen election. Like is explained to me, yeah, the president and commander-in-chief, they're not always one of the same. We just think if you're president, you're commander-in-chief. Not if the military doesn't say you are. They didn't hand Biden or the Biden actor or clone. They didn't hand him the football. He never had it, right? So that's why these operations continued under the radar, of a Biden administration, because it was a puppet show. I still think all those people were under control, as you guys probably do too. And it took one of Trump's top advisors having dinner with my friend, Dr. Rick, Abramson, he knows you. We've seen him up at the convention before, and I talked to him all the time. He had dinner with, Stacey, Trump's top advisor, and she validated stuff we've been telling people for 5 years. And, the people Gitmo have been taken out, all these things. So just the reality of her admitting that there are 5 different actors playing Biden. She said that. She said there are 6 Donald Trumps, right? Say, what? 6? I wonder, you made a point. I wonder if that counts the Bidens or the Trumps that the deep state has, that they, say shit that when Mike, I remember you getting ticked off as I did a while ago when Trump's get the shot. And I'd say to myself, what, is that somebody they put in front of a camera, one of their Trumps, right? To make him say this and have him say this stuff, cast it out in the media. He said it. I heard him say it. Well, it wasn't the real one. What do you mean it ain't the real one? You're crazy. He said it. No,
That's definitely a possibility that I'm open to 100%. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I mean, like I said, I don't know what's real or fake anymore. And that's what makes our jobs even harder now, because we're trying to bring truth, but man, I get fooled as well all the time now with AI. I'm like, wait a minute, what is this even? I can't tell the difference if something's AI or not. And it's only getting better.
Yeah, I mean, I had an AI bot of me soliciting me for money.
Me too.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
almost had me convinced. I'm like, that's me there. I want to jump on this. I was like, oh shit, it's AI. So it's that good. Shit's that good. It's that good out there. I'm gonna make.
Yeah, it's just pretty crazy.
I want to make one of Nino with my voice. Doing a show.
You can. Yeah. I think I was selling crypto or tokens or something like that. And people are like, hey man, is this you? I'm like, come on. Really?
No, right? Come on.
It's like this. I don't even make sense. It's just it's not even matching it looked like a kung fu movie. It's just ridiculous. But guys, I gotta bounce because I gotta get them in the room.
All right,
man.
All right,
brother. All right, guys.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you guys.
Mike, we'll finish off with a couple of last points before we close it out. So, what is your take on the whole picture here? I think you might have mentioned the federal judges. Oh, I'm going to show you one real quick. I had them up here teed up. The federal judges that you mentioned, this guy here, I just came across this. Somebody sent it to me, or maybe I think I stumbled onto it. This Boasberg, this judge, confronts Tom Homan in court. If you hadn't had a chance to watch this, dude, you got to listen to it. It's badass. Haman's in the courtroom, and this is one of these guys, these judges that are trying to defy, the orders to send people out of the country and trying to get them back in. This guy, this piece of shit, he's actually attacking Haman, and he's making personal political statements against Tom Homan. He didn't know the 2 U.S. Marshals were against the door, the exit door. were there for him. So when you listen to this piece of shit, he and 5 other judges, he's in Colorado, he and 5 other judges around the country, different states, are in on this con job where they're supporting some global NGO, and they're making rulings ahead of time that haven't even hit the docket yet, organizing this stuff. So when the NGO, once these actions taken, and it was a clerk, a 4-year clerk of this guy, came forward as a whistleblower. He ended up getting hauled away. When they took a break in the courtroom, they brought in another judge, some lady, because they hauled this guy's ass out the back door. So these federal judges that Trump's going after, obviously, I mean, Haman's right there. Haman, you know how he would handle. He just basically took the guy's head off. But this, in my opinion, is the war that needs to be won the fastest, because we've got Dr. Robert Young sitting in prison because of a corrupt judge and assistant district attorney and the investigator who they've already got the information on. Matthew Hazen already has it. They have investigators. Because I said from day one, these guys are getting paid. That whole jury was paid because their case was demolished. 11 Brady violations. And the judge says, but none of them rise to the occasion of a mistrial. There aren't varying degrees of a Brady violation. It's either a Brady violation or it's not. If it is, mistrial. They have railroaded this guy into prison just like Tina Peters. And we dropped we dropped a hammer on this judge and the DA and the investigator on this channel twice. So much so the first time pissed them off. They pushed the sentencing from March 28th to April. I just kept hammering away. They now have made it, it's like not even scheduled now. We don't know what's going on there. But we have to take this fight, Mike, right to these people. I mean, I probably said things that might get me in trouble, but I'm like, I don't give a shit. We are going to investigate everybody on that jury to find out where money's coming in their accounts, how they got paid off. They've already found out how they're doing this. Matthew Hazen's investigators, it's on the surface. The judge, $900,000 payoff on a mortgage on a $200,000 salary. Who's got 900 grand laying around? And then that gets paid off, and then there's a refi for 438,000 that comes right back to them. All this nefarious shit. He said, Scott, it's all over the place. And that's what we got to do. We got to start looking at these judges who are putting people like Tina Peters in prison, that scumbag. I just saw some information on him, and Jennifer Griswold, again, your typical Democrat chick, right? And they all look the same. They all, like I say, they look like they came from the bar scene in Star Wars, these people, all of them, and these leftist Democrats. And same shit. Here's Tina Peters in prison for doing her job. If she didn't do a job, she could have gone to prison. If she didn't do her job as an election official, they could have put her in prison. She did her job, they put her in prison. And we can't let it stand, buddy. I don't know how we do it, but we got to keep the pressure up on these judges and let them know we're now looking into you. We can clearly see she's been railroaded. We start digging into their finances, have people start looking at it. Believe me, they'll find what they need to find, because somebody's paying these people to do this.
Yeah. And I agree. That's how we take them down. I mean, I had people come up. I've always had people come up to me and tell me, how you have backed them. There was this one woman who had a beauty parlor in Texas, and she somehow the word got to you that people that were, because she wasn't masking and she wasn't vaccinating, the people weren't going to her beauty parlor. And 60% of her clients, just basically abandoned her. So you got behind her. And people donated, people started coming in, and she saved her business, So she obviously loves us, but that's one of those times where, we bring attention to something, and you've done the same thing with the guys, the flight pilots. They came up to you and congratulated you, thanked you in an airport because you came out and talked about it. So it kind of like turned the tide for them. So this is the way we do it. At grassroots level, we can make these things happen because we, the people, are far more powerful than they are. But getting that momentum is a tough thing. And I think that taking down these judges, because we're basically pointing a lot of this stuff out, that gives the guys that want to take them down more power to do that. So like you said, we've been fighting this war for 5 years, and that helped get Trump back in. And that is helping all those people that are trying to take down this illegal judicial system, take it all down, whittle it down all the way down to the point where it can no longer have any impact. Because in Trump's first administration, they had a massive impact, and they're trying to assert themselves. I think it's being exposed, and that's the one thing that Trump has been brilliant at, is exposing all the criminals doing their work. So like Letitia James, she's exposed now. Fannie Willis exposed, and all of these other people have been exposed that did lawfare against Trump. So they got exposed for being far more criminal than he ever would have been
accused of. Yeah.
So that's a judicial side has got to be demolished. And the reason why we're not seeing the arrest right now is because if they started the arrest, this judicial team would come in and start to interfere. So that judicial team has to be taken down so they can do the arrest and not get impeded. So that's one of the things that we're going to see in the next few days, the next weeks and months. Hopefully it won't be months, but it could be. But because this is a well-rooted, corruption scheme that Kazarian Mafia put in there for a long time. So it's going to take a little bit more time. But the Trump team is phenomenal. I mean, look at Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. You got some crazy, amazing people on his team. We're gonna call them out when they get out of line, when they don't do something. That's our job. Some people don't like that. It's like you should never question. No, the reason why we question is because then we get the answers of why they're doing these things. And everybody's like, well, I don't know, maybe. No, let's know so we can get behind certain things and really start to focus ourselves.
Yeah, it takes the voice of the people. I was talking to Dr. Artis before we come on here, and the Healing for the Ages gang, and the changes in the country that are being made, especially the pushback on big pharma vaccines. It's because the people are talking, and the people that are talking about, whether it's whatever media, maybe it's our podcast world or higher level stuff, guys like, well, Bongino's not there anymore, but certainly Tucker, Joe Rogan, that all these are important. Every line of attack is important. But I think for us, what we do, and that's kind of like the tactical civics model, we're going local. We're going to get to county after county and get them to do their thing. But as far as the judges, I think that's us. I think, focusing on the judge in Robert O. Young's trial and how they railroad him, focusing on the judges, the DA, the Secretary of State on Tina Peters' issue. That's what we can do. And not only that, the people who watch what we do, they can pick up the phone. They can start, putting out petitions to get people to start looking at these judges. Once the judges know people are now looking at them, they've had immunity from any exposure forever. Well, they're a judge, so therefore you can't. Bullshit. We can challenge anybody we want. This is America. This is a republic. That's why the founders built it this way, so we, the people, could look at them and say, I want to know what you're doing. George Washington, Jefferson, I want to know what you're doing. And you say, that's just sensationalism on a podcast. No, it's not. Alexander Hamilton, who forced this convention to actually happen back in 1789 or whenever it was, forced it to happen. And George Washington wasn't coming. He just flat out, I want nothing to do with it, came in town the very day and actually only contributed one thing. But Alexander Hamilton himself refused to sign the Constitution. The guy who put the whole thing together refused to sign it. Why? He said, there's nothing in here that protects the people from us. That's why. And that's where the Bill of Rights came from 3 weeks later, because this has to be a structured entity or architecture where they tell us what to do, not what's been in the world forever. It's that simple. That's why we have the right to say what we say publicly on our podcast and get our people, our audience, look at them over there. Look what they're doing. What can you do about it? Voices, weapons. That's our weapon, voices. Masses of people and their voices. Again, raising hell metaphorically against what's been done to Tina Peters and Dr. Robert O. Young, to name just two. this kind of J6 type railroading. The people have to just, it's got to be a topic of conversation. It's got to raise a fever pitch and put pressure on these criminals, because the criminals are the ones running the court system. You know, there's good judges there. You know that. I know that. There's some good actual bar attorneys that are good people. But let's face it, where damage is being done, these are criminals that are doing the damage.
Yeah. So once the judicial system, the corrupt judicial system is taken offline, then you're going to start to see, trials coming in and indictments coming in for all those people with the vaccination fraud. And that's a massive scale that's going to happen with that. And you're also going to see the election fraud, but the judicial side has to be taken down, the corrupt side, so that they can start to move forward on all those. So people are wanting to arrest in all these different areas, have to take down judicial, corruption. Otherwise, there won't be, it'll be slow moving, and they'll fight every single person that, gets taken up for, wrongdoing and so forth. A lot of people, have done treasonous things. Governors, we're seeing, probably health administrators, across the country. And then once the election fraud comes in, so it may be a gradual thing. So the judicial side is taken down, come after election fraud, and then you're going to see election fraud go back for several presidents. So just like we saw with Biden, the automatic pen writing, Trump came in and said, that's all null and void. We're probably going to see that with these fake elections that are going to be discovered. We're probably going to go back several presidents, and everything that they did will be null and void.
Null and void.
Massive. Obama, definitely. All of his holiness, he will probably be exposed having not been a citizen, knowing that he wasn't a citizen. That'll finally be exposed. So all of the things that, have been covered up and protected by the false judicial side will be, just laid out. All of that stuff, and that'll just take down so many different things. So many people will be arrested. It's going to be a massive win, taking down the judicial side. So focus on that. If you want to get behind something, get behind that, because once that's done, then everything is like dominoes. That wall has to be destroyed. But until then, we're going to be, whittling our thumbs until it's done.
So we have to be patient, give them time to do what they're doing, but we have to be proactive. Like Mike's saying, we have got, again, a republic is the responsibility, that level of freedom is the responsibility of we the people. There's responsibility that comes with that kind of freedom, and you have to be willing to say something or do something. And that's why we've pushed the things that we've pushed organizationally, tactical civics, things like that. Get involved. You gotta do something. Even if it's just showing up and maybe not saying something, just showing up and being supportive of these things that are going on. Just be there. Be a body there to let them know I'm here. I'm shy. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm here to contribute my energy. In fact, one of the coolest things, one of the most endearing things that I remember that happened to me, it was the cutest thing. We had the very first Reawaken America event, was called Reopen America. They had it up in Tulsa. I wasn't even speaking there. I was introducing Mike Smith, who did Out of Shadows. That's all I was doing. But I just remember they were announcing speakers prior to, I just got there. I didn't know what was going on. I knew nothing. And I just heard my name. Hey, they want you to come out, and they're introducing people that are here, blah, blah, blah. Before the whole thing starts. And, I go up on the stage, and past General Flynn, first time I ever met or saw him or other people, I was like, whoa, there's so-and-so. They're like, get up there. And so I get up there, and people want to take a picture from down low. I'm trying to figure out my crippled self, how I get down low to take a selfie with somebody. Somebody stands me up and turns me around, and behind me, there were people that were standing there. I wanted to get a picture too. Okay. So I just remember I was up there for like a half an hour, and there's a lady off to the right, and she just was standing there like 10 feet away and hadn't moved. People just kept going by her. And finally, I just pointed at her and I said, come on over here. I said, she was never going to get close enough. And she goes, yeah, she said, I'm just a little shy. I said, no kidding. I could have never pinned you for that. And she says, well, Scott, the only reason I wanted to talk to you is I just wanted to tell you, she said that I went to my first, I think it was a school board meeting. She said, I went to my first school board meeting and she says, I didn't say anything. She said, but the next time I went, I took a friend with me. And I was like, are you kidding me? I slapped her a high five. I'm like, that's doing something. So I went like this to do a high five and she put her hand up and I hit it. And I think I about dislocated her shoulder. It just hurt her. But I was so fired up because I'm like, that's what doing something is. You just went. Next time you're taking, I said, you know what? You keep going to these school board meetings. What's going to happen is you're going to hear so much bullshit come out of the mouths of these people that you're finally just going to say, I have a question to ask you. And you'll ask them a question that'll pin them down. You'll have like 10 people behind you stand up and go, yeah, what she said. I said, that's how it happens. They're watching you. They're following your lead. I don't care who you are. You just show up, man. Other people see you showing up. They're like, somebody finally speaks up, and you'll find there's 40 people say, yeah, what she said. And that's why we have to use our voices. That's our most powerful weapon. It's not our 100 million guns or 750 million weapons in the country. It's our voice. Just say, we're done with this bullshit. We're just simply done.
Yeah, and that's the way it works. That's what we've been trying to impress on people for last 5 years. It is starting to get some traction and started making an effect. So yeah, we don't want to be part of the people that are taken offline. We don't want anybody taken offline. But unless we win against these monsters, they're going to take us offline, and they're going to continue to come after us. So we need to push forward, and the only way that works, and only the way that Trump and team can be effective and effective much faster, will be if we're getting more and more involved. If we're supporting, the good work they do, stuff that we don't understand, we question because we have to question, to get answers, to understand. Sometimes there's military operations where if you're in the heat of things, you don't have time to question, but there is time to question at this point. So you need to understand, and then you can get behind something. So if something doesn't feel right, doesn't seem right, ask a question. Many of us, answer those questions for people because we're basically out there, getting this information, searching this information, doing the front work. And that's why a lot of people follow us. And I think it's been fantastic. It's been a great 5 years. Hopefully it ends soon. I don't know, but probably is going to continue for a while.
I think so too. I just think it's because there's so much and there's so many and not only that, like Nino said, timing, they have to coordinate this dragnet to get everybody to make sure that I just saw that they don't get away. I just saw an article this morning that Trump ordered Pam Bondi to pull out 1,000 FBI agents and put them on the Epstein task force to track down these people all over the world. That's big stuff. That's big shit happening, really big stuff happening. So I guess my point is that I'm trying to make for myself is, when I talk to people about stuff, I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to me. I need to keep my temperature down, not be too impatient, not get pissed and throw out a rant and say, okay, I get it. There's a lot to do. And just know, look, the fact of the matter is, Mike, our theme every day, quite honestly, could be winning. Every day we're winning. You see all this stuff that just keeps coming. Like, wow. We can't get so used to these big wins coming out every day that we become callous to it. Like, oh yeah, nothing's happening. No. Look what's going on every day.
Yeah. And the winning is what I look for. I'll post something. I'll post something on X, and I'll say winning, and it'll get a few likes. But I'll post something where there's controversial, and I'm bringing attention to it. Everybody's on top of it. It's like that's where people want to. Everybody wants to clean the stuff up. Okay, yeah, we won. Oh, good. Now, how about this? Where's Epstein file list? So it's like, oh, we got JFK file. I mean, we all know about that anyway. So what? So it's the next thing. People are like, they've learned, over the last 5 years to be very proactive, like we've been talking about. and focus on the next thing. And that focus, because at one time it was like, people were like, okay, whatever. That was kind of the mentality, que sera, sera. But now it's like, okay, we're zero focused on, winning. The winning has to come from exposure and getting to the truth. And that's where really everybody's focused right now. And I think that's fantastic. But still, you have to pat yourself on the back occasionally. So I'll throw some more winning out there. Some people appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could focus on winning every day. But yeah, it really does. The monsters need the focus. And until they're gone, we're never going to have peace in the world.
Yeah, well, we're certainly now making strides. There's no debate on that. We're seeing things, folks, that we never dreamed we would see. Specifically, the unearthing of what Doge is up just continues to unearth. We never would have dreamed somebody would have walked up to the gym shorts of the federal government and yanked them down, jock strap and all, in front of the whole gymnasium, and that's really what they're getting right now. And it's freaking it's epic. Can you imagine, Mike, these people are shitting their pants every day when they go to work or go home, like, oh my God, what if I'm next? Or what if they got to be sweating it out like we've done our whole lives, not knowing where somebody's going to come after us, a government, speeding ticket, making life tough, whatever the hell they do. Well, now these assholes know the reapers out there cruising neighborhoods looking for heads, and they know that they're worthy of that chopping block. So they're living with that, acid reflux, indigestion, fear button down in their guts every day, and uncertainty and all that shit. I can only imagine how difficult it is for them. I wish I could jump into their energy field and feel a little bit of that chaos. It'd be fun to say, yeah, pretty cool, isn't it? That's what we've been dealing with, these bastards. Now you're getting
and it's getting more and more widespread, like you're talking about. More of them are being exposed.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they're calling on, what they consider their minions. Look, how dare they expose me? Don't you appreciate, all I've done for you? And then they find out how they've been, hijacking their future. And they're like, no, we're quite glad this is happening. Although a few, succumbed to, keying Teslas and burning Teslas and so forth. But just like in Donald Trump fashion, when they were pulling down historical monuments, you're going to get 10 years to do that. And it stopped. So those people that had burned the Teslas, 20 years per offense. So one guy's facing 40 years.
No kidding.
And yeah. So that's and so now we don't see anything or hear, or at least hear anything. I don't know if maybe it's still going on, but look how fast people got involved in that. It was like George Floyd almost, stupidity. That was a complete snow job in and of itself. And then people got snow jobbed into Teslas, whereas, just a few weeks before, everybody's like, oh, I got a Tesla, I'm doing the right thing. And, I'm a liberal, I'm happy, and everybody's happy. And then liberals are attacking liberals. And it's like, God, guys, what are you doing? And I think they finally got it. So once some of those guys, got their justice, real justice, very quickly, it basically settled right on down. Will it be that way going forward? Because we have exposed stuff. I mean, I think we jumped all over monkeypox like so fast. It made everybody's head spin. How we brutalized that bullshit, and it stopped. Everybody's like, oh, that's nothing. I don't want to even be associated with thinking monkeypox is going to be a problem. So that's what we do best. We expose people, like, wake up. But we have to wake people up fast, because once you get the sheeple pointing in a certain direction, it's really hard to get them out of that direction.
You just stoked the memory. Remember the murder hornets? The hornets that murdered.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That was one they threw at us. The murder hornets are like moving across the country. And I remember this meme popped up after a little while. We started making fun of that. This meme popped up and said, what about the murder hornets? What happened to the murder hornets? I feel like I missed the murder hornets. I was like, yeah, you did. Yeah, we pissed all over those wings.
Yeah, same thing with monkeypox. I go down to Mexico. There's plenty of eggs, plenty of chickens. Chickens everywhere, roosters watching over the chickens. This beautiful farms. Horseback riding. It was fantastic. You get eggs for like $1.60 $79 a dozen, US. And here it's coming down, fortunately, because Trump came in and said, enough of that bullshit. Same thing, the Trump effect. And eventually it'll get back to where it was. But, once these evil ones come in and start their craziness, people just get all on board with it. They're like, oh, so there's an egg problem. Oh shit, that sucks. I better go get a bunch of them. I better go get a bunch of toilet paper. So they get something going, and it's really hard, like I said, to turn it around. So it's better if guys like us, say, hey, this is BS. And I tried for a long time, say that monkeypox, but also the bird flu was complete BS. And finally, it seems like it's hitting home, and it's changing. Because at the border, there's no, in both directions. I think Canada is now starting to, because we brought it up. There's no problems with eggs across the border in Canada too, and of course Canadians are all Nazi'd out too, so they started having problems. It's like, geez, come on. So the Mexicans are like, you Americans are loco. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Muy loco.
They're absolutely right, dude. They have to look at us and say, they've been like telling us forever we're stupid. Like, these are the stupidest people we've ever seen in our lives across America.
I mean, I travel down there, and it's like, the resort areas, and they're like beautiful. You go out from those resorts, and the neighborhoods are great. There's no homeless. There's no drug use. Probably drug use in there somewhere, but you don't see it. On my way to the airport, back and forth, Puerto Vallarta, we were way out on the point, Punta Mita, and from Puerto Vallarta, and it was like a 45-minute ride. I just saw no problems at all. The roads are great, gas is cheap, everything is amazing. So yeah, they haven't succumbed. So why are they being so successful? It's because we exported a lot of our manufacturing down there, and they're the ones that are benefiting from that.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to bring it back to America. I love Mexico, but we have been throwing you guys, too many bones, and that's got to end. Same thing with China. Same thing with Canada, Europe, you name the country pretty much, and they've been taking advantage of America for a long time. That's why I love the tariffs.
Oh yeah, me too, 100%. And that's the only way. Look, I see people a little pissed other countries that watch a show, and I see the chat sometimes, and they're pissed. I'm thinking, hey, I'm glad you follow me, but go ahead and be pissed. How do you think we feel? We watch. I remember I was born in '64. I remember my mother having to go get a job. She was a stay-at-home mom, but obviously the tax code, all that bullshit. And she had to work in a factory for, I don't know how many years she worked in a factory, like electronics, like soldering shit. Eventually got a job in a local bank. But I remember my mother being taken away from us. We got to see her at 9 o'clock at night on her break when she'd walk over the street, and everything. I mean, everything that's happened to this country. I had this conversation with a good friend of mine yesterday from Canada. I was like, this is bullshit. 250% tariffs on what comes out of the States into Canada. Are you kidding me? Like, not kidding. She kidding me. And I'm like, that's just metaphorical. That's effing insane. China, all these, they charge us double for what, and they have no tariffs in some of these countries at all. We're getting crushed. I mean, dude, imagine look how powerful this we the people economy is in a country. We've survived all this over all these decades, and Bush 1 beginning farming out all of our industry around the world. It's time to cut the bullshit. Bring it all home. You want a U.S. consumer you want to sell to? It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. If it's taking business away from American manufacturers, it's going to cost you. And if you're a manufacturing overseas, get your ass back home. It's going to cost. What about the disruption? That was a conversation. What about the disruption that's creating this? Oh, really? How about the last 30 years of economic disruption on all the shit we've already suffered? What about that? Right? What about all that? I don't want to say I don't care about other people suffering, righting the ship for the tariffs, but the simple fact is, it is going to be pale into comparison than the absolute bludgeoning this country and the American has taken now for 35 years. with this bullshit shipping all of our industry overseas, Mexico, China, and all of our jobs gone, manufacturing gone, and all this BS. I want it corrected. All I want is fairness. I don't want leverage. I don't want superiority or domination. Let's just level the playing field. That's it. And it, Mike, probably what has planted that seed in my head of the massive abuse of the middle class in this country is in one of the Q drops said the most powerful economic force the world has ever seen is the U.S. taxpayer. The massive amount of wealth that we create, the middle class, that's stolen from us. To take a country like China, God love their people, God bless them. But 35 years ago, you have 1 billion people that can't get out of their own way, right? And within 20 years, because of U.S. taxpayer money, we built that shit over there and built an economic superpower of the world. Built it, and our criminal politicians snuck over, sold, and or gave them high-level military secrets that should put all government officials in prison for the last 30 years, right? So that's what's been done to us. It's time to right the ship. We've taken a massive ass beating in this country. And so if other people get pissed off, hey, too bad. You've been living in the fruits of the labor of us, not to mention we've been paying you for your national defense your entire life. We have. Their socialism programs can actually last longer. It takes decades for socialism to collapse in countries like Canada or Europe, but they'll collapse. They'd collapse in 2 weeks if we'd make them pay for their national defense. You're on your own, right? And they don't have to pay for their national defense because we, the people, taxpayer, pays for it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. So I had a guy that I used to go to in Pakistan when I used to go there for the CIA, and Chinese medicine, used to put the pins in and that kind of stuff. I used to love that. He worked on like very high-end people, the politicians and so forth. The lead of the elite. So I was kind of lucky to get in, to have him work on me. But he told me, and this was about 10 years ago when I was going to Pakistan at the time, he told me that when he came to Pakistan 10 years prior, so it's just about 20 years ago at the time, totally. Now I'm looking at it right now. He said that when he came from China into Pakistan, he was like a wealthy man, like what we look at as a multimillionaire. Of course, the difference in price, whatever. But he was very, very well off. He said at the time, 10 years ago, that he would go back to China, and everyone that he had left that were like living in poverty, abject poverty, they were all much more well off than he was. They were like the billionaires now. And that is because of the U.S. sending all our manufacturing over. So that's something that has to stop. So yeah, I totally agree. I'm happy that Trump, everyone that's in any kind of industry that's truthful and on the up and up, has said that Trump, they can't believe that he's doing it. It's something that should have been done decades ago. No one would do it, and now Trump's doing it. Of course, deep state again is trying to make him look bad. But we, the people, are going to see an incredible benefit from this. Their wealth is going to come back to America, and we're going to prosper in ways that has never been seen before.
Yeah, and I dare say, Mike, the world's going to prosper because of it. Why? We're the most charitable nation on earth. We just are. You don't see any of these countries sending the massive amount of money to other countries to help them legitimately, or even weather calamities, whatever. It's always the U.S. people shelling out ridiculous amounts of money. Imagine when that wealth comes back here, what we will do with it. And it'll drive the economic engine of this country, but it'll drive the economic engines of other countries big time. It just does. So I'm all for it. Again, I've suffered economic disruptions my whole life, so it's not something that scares me, right? I don't like it, but it doesn't scare me. But if it's for the good of the whole of this nation, hey, I'm willing to see things be tough for a while, because they're going to be tough no matter what. You better just be thankful they'll be tough in our favor for once. And all the people that like the manufacturing, that they're pissed. And hey, TFB, too forking bad. You chose to ship out to other countries. Look at how many, we heard this for years, how many, even Microsoft, they were putting people on notice that they're going to be fired, but we want you for the next month and a half to train your replacements from India or wherever else. Like that kind of, Disney was doing it. That kind of bullshit. Like, yeah, we're taking your job and giving it to somebody else who we can pay less than half, and you're going to train them until you leave. Like, that's the bullshit that people have endured in this country. It's insanity. And it was in the press, media. We bitched about it, but it's coming full stop now. Finally, like a guy like Trump's and cut the bullshit, like just cut the bullshit. And that's what he's doing, cutting the bullshit.
And the education system, of course, Trump basically is taking down the educational, not the system itself, but the corruption in the educational system that people said that could never be taken out, but he did. And so if you take the 40 most highest performing countries or 20, whatever, I remember seeing this this stat where you take the most high performing, children, test scores and so forth, United States is at the bottom.
Isn't that crazy?
And we spend more than anyone else in the world. So corruption again, so now it's going back to the States. You have like, I paid for my children to go to, very nice schools. It cost me, but it was good. They got a great education. The local schools in a lot of places they weren't very good. So I paid to have them go to a good education. Now that is going to change where you can take money that the state's going to give you back and take your child to a high performing. So the low performing will go out of business, and that will probably be all of the educational schools that are out there right now. The federal, sponsored educational systems, they'll collapse, most of them, because they're corrupt. I had a Green Beret guy that I work with in the CIA and the security detail that told me about how he wanted to be a teacher. He always wanted to be a teacher. So when he got out of Green Beret, he got his degree. He started teaching. He said it was not, he performed better than everybody else, but the teachers that had been in the system, they're the ones who are making the most money. They're the ones that advanced. So it was not a merit-based educational system. It was based on, where were you at in the union, in the teachers union? Did you support, these bad ideas of how to teach and DEI and all that kind of stuff, before it was, a thing? He said that he had to get out of it. It was like just so corrupt. So they lost what was a great educator, the best of the best, from, Green Berets and then into the educational system. My God.
What a noble thing. Noble. That's incredibly noble.
Incredibly noble. Yeah. And really, really good guy. Super, super smart. Had a master's degree in, education. And the system was so corrupt, he just had to leave. So and that was 10 years ago, probably more than 10 years ago. So we're seeing, revival on a lot of different levels throughout our whole system. And that's just in the last few months. You talk about winning, my God, there's never been a time where there's been winning like this, but there's still tremendous amounts of work to be done. Like I keep coming to it, the judicial system, until it gets taken down. And of course, they're going to scream and cry. And some people are like, well, what are you doing? Because they are uninformed. But until that judicial system is gone, we will not see justice in America. But when it is, oh, buddy, it's going to be beautiful.
That's going to be the greatest part of this transition is the justice. No more two-tiered or two or three-tier justice system. Everybody's treated equally. All together, as we see this unfold, we have to keep coming back to the vision of what's truly happening here. That's it. I mean, you get frustrated. Things aren't happening fast enough. What you just said about education right there, people, here's what I heard from the Democrats all the time from the 90s. I remember Dick Gephardt up there. He was a House Minority Leader. Democrats were in a minority at that time for the first time in like 70 years, both chambers. And he's talking about how they're, as they frame it, they're cutting the growth of school lunch program. The growth yearly was 3.2% a year. They cut the growth of the program down to 2.5%. Well, the Democrat lunatic liars framed this issue as they are starving your children. They're cutting school lunches. No, they're not. They're cutting the rapid rate of growth. So it's still costing us more and more every year. It's that kind of bullshit that comes out of their mouths, and they, create this fear factor, and people believe it because they don't know what's going on. They don't research it. But one of the things when they wanted to revamp the education department, well, this is going to cost too many teaching jobs. And I would think, too many teaching jobs? What the hell's the institution for? To provide jobs through teachers or to educate kids? It was never, ever, ever, ever about the kids. This is going to be better for the kids. It's what about the teachers? I don't want to say screw the teachers, but the simple fact is you exist because the kids need an education, right? So in this case where they're dismantling the education department, teachers want to freak out. Calm down. This is a transitional economy, which means what? You now can, if you want to go to a private school, a charter school and teach, guess what? You're actually going to be able to teach outside of their bullshit rules of failure and likely get paid more money and have your passion actually able to live itself out rather than be a microscope or a puppet under a microscope with their bullshit rules. Remember Common Core? The whole Common Core teaching all the teachers this bullshit. I remember teachers on Facebook, people I know who are teachers, excited. We just got our Common Core training. It was so exciting. I'm thinking, do you have no idea what this is? Communist indoctrination. You had Jeb Bush talking about Common Core. You had Betsy DeVos, who was Trump's first Secretary of Education, a Common Core supporter. I'm like, what the hell's going on here, right? I don't know if that was exposure stuff, but at the end of the day, it was their capture of the entire education system, which already captured it. It was just taken to the next step down to dumbing people into complete zombies and robots. So nothing can be more powerful for the future of the country than the dismantling the entire education department. Every staffer, every government employee out the door, go find a real job now, like everybody else out here does.
Absolutely.
And hand it to the states. And the states can say, you know what? We're going to follow the federal model. We're going to hand it all down to you at your communities, at the county level. You guys determine how you want your kids to be educated. Screw the standardization on a federal level, because the people that care about their kids, if the standards aren't high enough, they're going to say, hey, look, we need better education in this county. And these teachers here aren't doing a good enough job. They're not qualified. Let's show up at a school board meeting and give them the heave-ho. We want this person out, right? The ones that bring their liberal bullshit in and put it on top of your kids in a classroom, which is not allowed. The people can solve that problem. The people can solve every problem. That's why the founders made it this way. Let it in the hands of the people, because they will feed their babies better than anybody else will feed their babies. It's just common sense, Mike. It's common sense.
Totally agree. Yeah. All right, brother, I got another show coming up, so I gotta roll. But yeah, great discussion as always. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for sticking around as long as you did. Great to have you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the two amigos signing off. Roundtable. Have a great day, everybody. Patriot Street Fighter out.
Cheers.
Hi, Scott McKay here, Patriot Street Fighter, or the Tipping Point Radio Show, depending on which one of those you happen to know about or watch. We've been on a mission for the last 5 years now, trying to show our country and the world the reality that we live in. That is in many ways a non-reality. In many ways, it's disturbing, disconcerting, but probably, pardon me, that's my Maligator chewing away at a bone. Hey, buddy, can you hold it down a little bit? Belgian Malinois. I mean, you see him back there, see his feet out there. He's back there to my left, and he just, as he does all day, grinds away. That's Tomahawk. Grinds away on whatever's in his mouth. Anyways, so the point of putting this message out today is that I was doing a tactical civics gathering last night here in Dallas, Rockwell. My primary message, which I never know what it's going to be until I show up somewhere, but it was about, listen, everything that's going to come in this world is going to be driven by us. It's going to be driven by we, the people. And the simple reality is although there are forces working in our favor, spiritual, esoteric, cosmic, you name it, military, governmental, political, etc., working in our favor or working our reality in a direction that serves mankind. There's many things that have to be done by not outside entities, but by inside entities, which is us, the soul of the human in this angelic form. And that means standing in truth, standing in honor. What does that mean for you? Well, what it means is there are things that need to be done in this world to course correct the trajectory we've been on to get to the human experience we were supposed to be having in spiritual form, which is this upward ascension track, this elevated or elevation of the Christ consciousness in our own lives, seeing the world in that fashion, love thy neighbor, all those things that are critical to get to the experience track and path and height that we're here for in the first place. In this time where we see this basic shift of the planet in many ways, certainly in a direction that nations are heading towards serving their people after they've been, drifting at sea forever, pushed out to sea by these powers. They control everything. There's one area that is going to take we, the people, to actually win this particular element of this evolutionary battle. And that happens to be in the realm. We know Big Pharma has been a heavy hand in our lives, very critical for our own benefit in many ways. But of course, we know they've grown too big. They've gone too far, stepped over boundaries that aren't acceptable. We look at food production in the United States. We look at the consumer products world, same thing, loaded with toxins, neurotoxins, chemicals, poisons, which military intelligence alerted us to about 5 years ago. So that's one of the most important battles that we can participate in. We have to come to a conclusion that we can no longer do business with companies that are not serving humanity. They sure as hell aren't serving them when they're putting in these neurotoxins. Many of you have seen the track that RFK Jr. is on. There's other very brilliant people we've seen testify in front of Congress, pointing out specific companies like Kellogg's. Look at this product Kellogg sells us in the U.S., with all these chemicals, poisons, neurotoxins. Look at the same product in Europe. Could be Quaker Oats. It's crazy what they do to us, but is not allowed in other countries in Europe or overseas because of all the poisons. But here we are. It's happened. It's now time to course correct it because these things are killing us. Period. Not because I say so, because their white papers, which they have to release, their research and science, which they have to release, shows us exactly what I'm saying to be true. What does that mean for you? That means this is the battlefield that you can get on. This is where you can join this fight to course correct this country in a way that doesn't harm humanity. I remember when that military intelligence drop came out, it said chemicals on one line, all capital letters.
He's right in one way. I mean, we also have to make sure we're growing the country too. There's a proper pace. I get that they don't want to go too fast. They have to show people. Sometimes I'm afraid if they go too slow, though, they'll also lose people's interest. So that's just me, obviously. I'm sure everybody feels differently about it. We have had a long ride. People were pretty afraid, even when I started a year ago. And I'll give those people props, like Nino and Jaco. They were around way back. And, I mean, we all went through it some way. They probably had bigger channels when they went down. Me, I was on X. I had 10,000 followers there. It was Twitter back then. And I communicated with them quite a bit. I mean, I talked to people all over the world every day. They were Trump fans. So many different countries. And it wasn't that they were Trump fans. They wanted peace. We want to see peace in the world. And so, but they did, stick it out in their own way. God knows I've seen my share of trouble the past year. Speaking of which, There's a few things I got to point out about the channel here. Number one, they just sent me an email for the first time finally saying I could be monetized if I wanted to. But I don't believe I will be doing that at all because, well, number one, the timing's suspicious. It would limit me. It would limit what I could broadcast, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let them limit me so they show their stupid ass commercials on my channel. Number two, Collision TV was the channel I lost. I had 3,000 followers. Hearing what they were saying at the beginning of this show made me decide to go ahead and file an appeal to see if I could get it back. So there's that. We'll see if that happens. Number three, I came up with an idea to incorporate my me time in with channel time. You know, I'm mixing something in. I was going to do the Miracle channel. I'm going to do that, but I'm mixing some stuff I'm writing in with it just so I can be able to write too and have fun doing that. But I want to talk about miracles too, so I'm going to find a way to do both. But other than that, I have one more thing I want to watch tonight. This is not super long. This is just talking about the holiday today.
Now, this is a dictionary from 1828, Easter or Austern, supposed to be from Austrae, the goddess of love or Venus of the North, in honor of whom a festival was celebrated by our pagan ancestors in April, whence this month was called Easter Monath, or it looks like Easter month, right? So April was called Easter month, but the word Easter comes from this goddess named Easter, and Easter is supposed by, this is like a medieval scholar, and others, to be the Astarte of the Zidonians. All right, now Astarte is also called Ashtoreth or Ishtar, Queen of Heaven. Okay, so this word we're looking at right here originated in about the 8th century AD. It was not called this before that. So the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus existed for hundreds of years before the Germans ever named it after this goddess. And you could even argue it's not even named after the goddess directly. It's named after the month that the celebration took place, which these days we call it April, but back then they called it Easter month. So the celebration was simply called Easter because it took place in Easter month. And that crept into our English language. Now, the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia says the term Easter was derived from the Anglo-Saxon Austrae, the name of the goddess of spring. And that's what the month of April was named after that in German. In her honor, sacrifices were offered at the time of the vernal equinox. By the 8th century, the term came to be applied to the anniversary of Christ's resurrection. Before that, they didn't use this term. It makes sense that you could trace this back to Ishtar or Astarte or whatever. I believe for the most part, these goddesses are referring to the same entity. It's just pronounced differently in different languages, in different places over time. So that's where the word Easter comes from directly, is from this word here, which is a West Germanic spring goddess. She is the namesake of the festival of Easter in some languages. The pagan festival in honor of this goddess was basically taken over by the Christian festival, and they kind of kept the name. That's probably where the Easter eggs and the Easter bunny and all that stuff came into play. Theories connecting Austrae with records of Germanic Easter customs, including hares and eggs, have been proposed. Austrae is generally accepted as a genuine pagan goddess among modern scholars. Easter egg, also called Paschal eggs, are eggs that are decorated for the Christian holiday of Easter. Well, I don't know about you. I've never seen Easter eggs in the Bible. I know that Blavatsky talks a lot about eggs. Although eggs in general were a traditional symbol of fertility and rebirth in Christianity for the celebration of Eastertide, Easter eggs symbolize the empty tomb of Jesus from which Jesus was resurrected. Why would Easter eggs symbolize an empty tomb? Okay, and now the coloring of Easter eggs relates to the blood of Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying that, really. Maybe that's how people rationalize adopting a pagan celebration. The practice of decorating eggshells is quite ancient. Eggs were associated with death and rebirth and fertility, by the way. And as we know, the human heart is kind of geared towards paganism. People like to worship anything but God, and they're adopting the ways of the people around them. And they're just doing it in the name of Jesus, but they're kind of trying to fit in with all the other people around them. Because you got to think that all these fertility cults and fertility goddess religions were doing all this egg kind of stuff too. They were painting eggs. So then the Christians saw the pagans painting the eggs, and they're like, hey, that looks like fun. We want to paint eggs too. We want to chop down trees and put them in our house too, just like everyone else. We want to fit in, just like the Israelites wanted to fit in with the Canaanites. So the Easter bunny originated from German Lutherans. The Easter hare originally played the role of a judge evaluating whether children were good or disobedient in behavior at the start of the season of Eastertide, similar to the naughty or nice list made by Santa Claus. The Easter bunny is similar to Santa and Christmas by bringing gifts to children on the night before a holiday. The custom was first mentioned in this book in 1682, referring to a German tradition of an Easter hare bringing eggs for the children. So again, we have this kind of Germanic paganism, just like the Yuletide and all that stuff with Christmas, with the winter solstice. The spring equinox has its own pagan traditions. So even if it originated amongst German Lutherans, it's based on pre-existing Germanic paganism. Now, in the ancient Near East, they had the two-horned goddesses. I think what the Easter bunny is actually it's another goddess figure, because this thing also pumps out the eggs. And then back in the medieval times, the hare was a popular motif in medieval church art. In ancient times, it was widely believed that the hare was a hermaphrodite. Well, there you go right there. There you have it. The hare is an androgyne. There's no escaping from the androgyne. All right, the Easter bunny is an androgyne, according to Pliny, Plutarch, Philostratus, and Aelian. These are all ancient writers. So they're talking about the Easter bunny as a hermaphrodite. The idea that a hare could reproduce without loss of virginity led to an association with the Virgin Mary. Oh, the perpetual virgin, or is it the perpetual androgyne? There's no escaping the androgynous goddess theme. Like I said before, this is the primary cultural story or narrative that we have in our culture, but it's hidden in plain sight. The androgyne is always hidden in plain sight. And yes, I'm saying the word hermaphrodite is basically the same as androgyne, especially in the esoteric traditions. I honestly did not expect to be talking about the topic of androgyny in this video, but here it is. Christianity has become paganized. This is all later tradition based on paganism, all right? All of this stuff, Easter bunnies, Easter eggs, it's all from the fertility cults. And like I said, before I even saw this thing here, it all goes back to the androgynous gods and goddesses with the androgynous priesthood, the gender-bending cultic personnel, and they exist today. And I guess I'm not really allowed to talk about it. Now look at this. The hare was the sacred animal of Ostara, and there's our Austrae goddess again. So the hare is associated with this goddess. Connection between Easter and that goddess has been made by Jacob Grimm in his 1835 Deutsche Mythology. The hare is the true Easter beast, for he was once sacred to the European spring goddess, whom we have already met under her Anglo-Saxon name of Austrae, the West Germanic spring goddess. The belief that Austrae had a hare companion who became the Easter bunny was popularized when it was presented as fact in the BBC documentary Shadow of the Hare in 1993. A lot of Christians will say, oh no, Easter does not have anything to do with Ishtar. Well, it does have something to do with this one. The paganism in the Middle Ages in Germany has an origin as well. So it only makes sense it would go back to Ishtar. After Ishtar descended to the underworld, all sexual activity ceased on earth. The god Popsicle reported the situation to Ea, the king of the gods. Ea created the androgynes. All right, these are androgynes. All right, see, the androgynes rescued Inanna from the underworld. They saved the world. The androgynes saved the world. All right, that's what I've been talking about. This is what they believe. Ishtar has horns like a bunny, and I think that's what the Playboy bunny is. It's the androgynous goddess. All right, and of course, Ishtar has it's kind of a goddess of fertility, but also a goddess of war. It's kind of like Wonder Woman, basically. It's Wonder Woman, right? The goddess of love and war. Just because paganism has entered into Easter doesn't mean that we should not celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ, which is a documented event, has nothing to do with all these goddesses and all this stuff. All right, so when did the Christians first celebrate Resurrection Day? Well, that's a little bit complex, but we do have some primary sources here. This comes from Tertullian, and this is probably written somewhere around 200 AD or so. Why do we celebrate the Passover by an annual rotation in the first month? Now, by Passover, they would mean the Passover of Christ, which we have right here in 1 Corinthians 5, verse 7. For Christ, our Passover lamb. Pascha is what it says. All right, so this is Pascha. And then he goes on to say they celebrated even the next 50 days leading up to Pentecost and all kinds of other things. And then we have another witness to it in Eusebius around 300 AD or so. And it was heavily debated as to when exactly they should observe this festival, because some people observed it on the 14th of Nisan at the actual Passover. Others observed it on the Sunday following Passover, and others on the specific date of the month, regardless of what day it was. But these debates show that people were very serious about an annual celebration of the resurrection of Jesus. He's basically saying that most Christians observed Resurrection Day on the Sunday following the full moon of the Passover. And he's saying that this goes back to apostolic tradition, and he has these writings here to back it up. He's referencing primary sources, many different writings, different letters, which come from the 2nd century. Okay, and now look at this footnote here. It says, "This and the following epistles are no longer extant, nor have we any fragments of them. They seem to have disappeared." Unfortunately, we today do not have these primary sources, so it's really a matter of, do you believe Eusebius or not? Basically, they believed that the mystery of the resurrection of the Lord should be celebrated on no other but the Lord's Day. Now, the Lord's Day is Sunday, and he says they uttered the same opinion and judgment and cast the same vote. Now, you may be surprised to find out that the word Easter actually is in the King James Version of the Bible from 1611, and also in the Tyndale and Coverdale Bibles that came before it. In the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia says that the word Easter is an anachronistic mistranslation of the Greek Pascha. So most languages in the world do not even call it Easter. Only in the English and Germanic-speaking countries do you have this word Easter that's associated with the pagan goddesses. Most countries in the world refer to this resurrection event as something similar to Pascha, which itself is a transliteration of the Hebrew, which is the word for Passover. Now, this word Pascha appears over 20 times in the New Testament, and it also appears in the Greek Old Testament many times, but it's usually translated as Passover. So only this one time in this one verse, Acts 12:4, is it translated as Easter, and most English Bibles today would say Passover, which is actually more accurate. This word Easter didn't exist until about the 8th century AD, because it's an English word, but it's based on a German word, and it does come from the name of a goddess. However, that does not mean that the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus itself is pagan. So we need to distinguish between the English word Easter with the actual celebration itself before it was ever called Easter. And as we know, there's a pagan version of Easter with the Easter bunny and the eggs. That comes from the fertility cults. See, the word Easter did not exist in the first century, and it didn't exist until about the 8th century. So now the Bible itself doesn't really say for sure, conclusively, that they celebrated some kind of annual Resurrection Day festival. But like I showed you, they did think of Jesus as the Passover lamb. Most of the early Christians were Jews. Everyone knew what Passover was, and the Jews knew when it was. So they did associate the death and resurrection of Jesus with the Passover in the first century. So they were doing something to commemorate the death and resurrection of Jesus. And we just saw Eusebius basically say that. Eusebius says, goes back to apostolic tradition. So I would say, for me, doing the communion on Resurrection Day, Sunday, makes a lot of sense. That's what we should be doing because Jesus said, do this in remembrance of me. No Easter eggs, no Easter bunnies, no Easter basket, no Easter egg hunt. Nothing involving the fertility cults and the fertility gods and goddesses. So there's a Christian tradition and a Christian history of celebrating Resurrection Day. And later on, it became paganized. So we can throw out the pagan stuff, but keep the good stuff. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. It seems like the early Christians were doing this in remembrance of Jesus. What is this? It's the Lord's Supper. As Christians, we celebrate the resurrection. It has nothing to do with a goddess. And in the early days, the Lord's Supper may have been an actual meal, which is probably where we get this concept of Easter dinner. So there's nothing wrong with having a feast on the Lord's Day. Now, what's the difference between Christmas and Easter? Well, yes, the Bible does talk about the birth of Jesus, but it does not indicate when it happened. Many scholars have said it might even be September 11th of all days. Either way, there's no indication that Christians celebrated the birthday of Jesus at all in the first few hundred years of Christianity. And then when they did begin to celebrate it, it was basically them taking on the pagan winter solstice celebrations. I've made a detailed video about this. Now, Resurrection Day, on the other hand, comes out of an actual event, and we basically know when it is. It's the first Sunday after Passover. The dating of Easter in the Gregorian calendar was based on the decision of the Western Church, which decreed that Easter should be celebrated on the Sunday immediately following the Paschal full moon. Now, the Paschal full moon is the full moon of Passover that fell on or after the vernal or the spring equinox. So it's the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. The church also ordered that if this full moon fell on a Sunday, the festival should be held 7 days later. And that's exactly what is happening this year in 2025. The full moon actually falls on a Sunday, which I believe is April 13th. That's why Resurrection Day is on April 20th in 2025. So that's how Resurrection Day is calculated, and that's why it's always a different date every year. Although this year, the Eastern Orthodox churches also celebrate Easter on the 20th, even though they use the Julian calendar, which is quite rare for them to celebrate it on the same Sunday as the Western Church. Now, at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, there was an agreement to celebrate the resurrection of Christ on the Sunday following Passover or the Sunday following the first full moon after the vernal equinox. But then after the Gregorian calendar was implemented, things fell a bit out of whack with the Eastern Orthodox Church. But generally speaking, Easter falls between March 22nd and April 25th every year. And it's a bit complex because the calendar itself is quite complex. You're dealing with the solar calendar and the lunar calendar. Some people call it a luni-solar calendar. And calendars are very complex, actually, and there's been many different calendars implemented in human society over the years. Passover itself underwent a transformation to celebrating the first Exodus to now celebrating the second Exodus. It's only in the English and possibly in the German that you get this Easter or Austray type of language that is associated with a goddess. So really the word Easter is a bit unfortunate. It should never have really been called Easter. That came around the 8th century in German. So a lot of this paganism we have in the West originated out of the medieval German paganism, which does come from the ancient Near East originally. And a lot of paganism has crept into the church over the years. And that's just, I think, part of human nature. It's the human heart that lusts after idols. And we also tend to fall into syncretism quite easily. In our desire to be accepted by the world, we actually end up becoming like the world. So at the end of the day, the resurrection of Jesus is not pagan, but these days people celebrate it in a pagan way with the Easter bunny and the Easter rabbit and all that stuff. So there's a pagan way to celebrate Easter, and there's a Christian way to celebrate the resurrection of Christ. And this is actually very different than Christmas. There's no justification for celebrating Christmas. In my opinion, that's kind of how I look at it. At least I don't celebrate it. You guys can do whatever you want. But I do celebrate what we call Easter in English. That is just the word we call it now, which has an unfortunate history. So maybe I might start calling it the Resurrection Day, as some people actually do already.
Left you the chair again. So there's that. There's something I want to point out before we go, a little mystery that I've been diving into here. Some of you may have heard about the fake John F. Kennedy Jr. out there. Quigley's his name. It tells the story of being kidnapped and swapped out and yada yada. I found a Telegram page that said to look up this person, Carol Quigley, which would either be his father or grandfather on Wikipedia. This guy was deep into the military and mind control stuff. I wonder if he's not a mind control patient. It's just got a screw loose. But I'm looking more into that one for you because I'd really like to solve that situation. And, you know, anyone that connects to the military that deeply, there's usually something there that's not right. Here's an interesting picture. JFK posed as Clark Kent in a comic book that came out after his death in 1964. It's weird. Weird stuff there. Fun stuff. Anyway, guys, that's really all I got for you tonight. I can check real quick, see if any other news stories have popped up. It's always a good thing to do. Looks pretty quiet. Oh, here's a few things. A Democrat judge, and we looked at that. Trump administration is reportedly preparing to cut another $1 billion in health research funding allocated to Harvard. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is facing accusations of leaking detailed plans for a military operation against the Houthis in Yemen through a second Signal group chat that reportedly included his wife, brother, and a lawyer. According to Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell, no classified material was shared in the chat. Officials from both the Biden and Trump administrations improperly distributed sensitive materials to thousands of federal employees, including what may have been classified floor plans of the White House. Well, that's never good. How the hell do you accidentally do that? Oh, whoops, I accidentally sent out the floor plans. That's everything. Nothing else new, guys. So, thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the round table. We very much appreciate Jaco and Nino and Scott McKay and all our other patriots we watch and learn from here. And I'll tell you guys, just you being here is you being involved. It's just being here and trying to learn stuff and participate. Carol Quigley, you probably wouldn't heard of. I think the guy that wrote the book is named maybe David Quigley, something like that. Calls himself the real John F. Kennedy Jr. Story's out there, but there are people that believe it and buy it. There's some interesting people out there that I don't know if they live in La La Land where they can actually get on TV and pretend to be something they're not. I suppose that's probably normal nowadays. I don't know. It's wild. Obama, I could say lots of bad things about Obama. Anyway, just you guys being here and learning, it makes you a part of things, you know. We got a lot of work to do still. I'd wonder where this process goes from here. Just thinking about all the stuff they're talking about. There's a lot that has to be seen, and it all goes back, I suppose, to this stupid Q post. I shouldn't call it stupid, but, you know, it's one we always go back to. It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see the light. So rather than getting frustrated about stuff and wasting our breath on that, I suppose we should still be maybe not trying to convince people, but sharing what we can. The truth is the truth, and the truth is out there. I think what's really going to shift people is when truth starts to come out about 9/11 and Iraq, and I think that'll change the thinking of some people, you know. Something will. You're running out of popcorn. I know that feeling, Charlie. We'll get through it, though. This is about, you know, as I always say, laying the foundation, a foundation that lasts 1,000 years through toil and time that your grandchildren's grandchildren will build upon someday. I also wanted to say something cool. You guys know who John Cena is? He followed me on X. I'm kind of excited about it. He's got like 1.5 million followers. He's a pretty cool dude. He's a pretty peaceful dude, actually. That's kind of his, you know, you wouldn't think, I guess, but it's pretty cool. I appreciate that very much. I've tried to put out the right messages for a while, but we've all battled it through, you know, they cut us all off. It was all about phasing an election. After they booted everyone off YouTube, they booted everyone off of Twitter, and they booted everyone off Facebook, and they disconnected us all. They didn't want us learning together. They didn't want us talking to each other. They didn't want us getting smarter. They didn't want us talking to one another. It was too dangerous for them, too dangerous of an idea to let us share theories and ideas and opinions. It was too scary for them. So we saw a type of censorship that none of us had ever experienced here in America. and we weren't very freaking happy about it. I hated the pandemic time. I hated it. I freaking hated it. Anyway, guys. Yeah, popcorn. I know we're all just holding on. There's a lot of things that still have to shift, but I do think there is a point, like I think Scott McKay was talking about there, that something breaks and then the dam bursts and everything just starts coming after that, and it'll run you over in a flood of truth, which will make my job that much harder, busier, more fun. Oh, I don't know. I'm just here doing the best I can. I care about the people. I just wanted to be here for the people. I think it's good to have somebody here that'll do their best to represent the people. I'm not saying that's what I do or what I am. Just trying my best. I picked up a microphone a year ago and I'm just trying my best. That's it. I'm kind of a nobody. But I've put out a lot of Patriot-related content over the past year, so I hope it's made a tiny bit of impact. The main thing, aside from putting that stuff out there or sharing it's just refusing to turn the other cheek, refusing to say no, refusing to look the other way when something wrong is happening. You're the kind of people that will stand up and say, that's not right. I'm not going to let it happen. That's what makes you guys special. That's what brings you all here. And that's why you guys rock. And God knows it too. God bless you guys. I hope you've had a good holiday. I will be back on tomorrow, and we'll go from there. See what kind of news is going on and who's got what to say. So I love you guys very much. Please be safe, and I'd like to see you all back here tomorrow. Class dismissed. Who's got a bell? You got a bell? I appreciate that. Yeah, I hear that a lot, that this place kind of keeps people sane. It keeps me sane talking to you guys. It's nice to have people to talk to, people that understand it and want to talk about it and theorize about it like adults. So a lot of people out there just don't care. So yeah. You got patriot hearts, my patriot friends, and I love you guys for it. Well, God bless you, folks. I'm out of here. Good night. Goodbye. Godspeed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
My fellow Americans, at this holy time of the year, families across our nation gather in homes, churches, and synagogues to light candles and to praise God. During the sacred holiday of Passover, Jewish families around the world give thanks to God for liberating the Jewish people from bondage in Egypt and delivering them to the promised land of Israel. For Christians, we remember the suffering and death of God's only Son and his glorious resurrection on the third day. On Easter Sunday, we proclaim with joy, Christ is risen. Both of these sacred celebrations remind us that God's love redeems the world. Almost 3,000 years ago, the prophet Isaiah wrote, "Darkness covers the earth, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. For the Lord will be your everlasting light." In America, we look to the light of God to guide our steps. We trust in the power of the Almighty for wisdom and strength, and we praise our Heavenly Father for the blessings of freedom and the gift of eternal life. Happy Passover, happy Easter. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Exceeding on the level of our unconsciousness. For example, what does the billboard say? Come and play, forget about the movement. Anger is a gift. Yeah.
Sign of a great investigation is when you launch it and it just kind of takes off and generates new leads for follow-up reporting, and that's exactly what happened here. There is a growing body of evidence of a cover-up by elements of the U.S. government. This is a story about accountability, getting some justice for intelligence professionals who really sacrificed everything. More victims, more survivors came forward, and they brought more receipts. What you're going to learn is shocking, and it's going to change the way that you think about the battlefields of the future.
He's not going to be president. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
All right.
I
think if he becomes the president, he'll make it great because the states is already great.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
On that note, Tom,
Take it from me. How about that?
Cheers, Tom.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
So when you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit. I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket next.
I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on. Sorry to laugh.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
And so, right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president, all right? It's been fun. It's been great. I love you. But come on, buddy. All, let's say, cow poo-poo aside, there is zero chance we'll be seeing you being sworn in on the Capitol steps with your hand on a giant golden Bible.
I'll make a prediction, though, for you. And I don't really get into predictions much, but this one I'll go way out on a limb. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States. That Trump should not be in this race. He's an absurdity. He is a travesty.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump is the here today, gone tomorrow candidate for president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Ever respectful of the fact that the people have not voted, he's not going to be president of the United States.
Let's be clear. Donald Trump will lose the election.
I mean, he had a really good chance to be different and really have a chance to change things, but he doesn't do the work. He's lazy.
We talk about him every day, and we continuously bash him.
He's not going to be the president. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
And we're coming to a point where if you're Hillary Clinton, you're honestly probably starting to think about not just whether you will win, but how big your win will be. And then you say that Donald Trump has the best day in the entire world, completely outperforms expectations, and he wins all of the toss-up states. He wins all 5 of those states, plus that electoral college vote in Maine that he's after. If he wins all of the toss-ups, which would be insane because nobody wins all of the toss-up states, even if Donald Trump did win all of the toss-up states, he would still lose.
Be a wake-up call to the Republican Party. Despite Boris thinking that Donald Trump could win New York, like this, the presidential race is over.
Could I just cut through? I have one thing to say, one thing only, and that is that this race is over.
Tomorrow morning, the money will dry up. The Republicans will start to hide. Trump has no place to go. This race, effectively, as of tonight, is no longer a presidential race. I mean, everything I know about presidential politics, and I've been through 5 of them, I've never seen one like this. This race is over. You might as well accept it. And the question now is, how do you minimize damage? And the only way you can do that, it seems to me, is to try to grab hold of some old conservative value things and do what Mondale did in '84, which is try to save a few people down ballot. But as far as Donald Trump's concerned, it will never, ever, ever happen.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
I guess I could sure use some cupcakes or some peanut butter cups about that. Yeah! You know what that's about? Yeah!
Why drink the water from my hand? Contagious as you think I am. Just took my son towards your domain. You can't run it over again. Don't scream about, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Why follow me to higher ground? Lost as you swear I am. Don't throw away your basic needs. Ambience and vanity. Don't scream about, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't scream about, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just
The following footage is truly heart-wrenching. This baby girl was taken to her mother's gravesite for a visit, but it's what they capture that truly has brought them to tears. It looks like she's interacting with what they believe is her mother's ghost. Take a look at this video.
Today, the Department of Defense has started the process of formalizing what we have long known, the fundamental role of U.S. special operations in defense and foreign policy by elevating special operations forces to a level on par with military departments as authorized and directed by Congress.
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
Ammunition used by cyborg.
As we enact these reforms, we follow the vision of President John F. Kennedy, who predicted the rise of special operations nearly 60 years ago.
You say your last goodnight while I
1993, a 51-day standoff in Waco, Texas drew scores of media attention. Law enforcement tried to serve a warrant on the Christian splinter group, whom they suspected were stockpiling weapons.
There was a siege of a compound that was inhabited by a Christian sect, essentially a cult, run by a guy called David Koresh, called the Branch Davidians. This siege ended in a horrendous fire in which 76 people, including 25 children, were killed. Now, the reason that this resonates so much on the far right is that this is viewed as a just overstepping of the federal government, just like Ruby Ridge, which came years before that. You know, the federal government really screwed up.
The bungled compound raid kindled extremist and fringe movements.
So this is like a calling card for far right actors, far right extremists, including white supremacists. And I think probably the most clear example of that is that the Timothy McVeigh, the guy who would later go on to bomb the federal courthouse in Oklahoma City, the worst act of domestic terrorism in America's history, he was at Waco. He was by the siege, handing out literature, handing out bumper stickers. It's not like we're saying all Trump supporters are extremists. That would be silly. Of course they're not. But most extremists are Trump supporters on the far right. And he knows that, and he knows how to appeal to those people. I think that's a really important point. But he's able to spin this narrative and make it look like there are these sort of dark, sinister forces in the federal government who are hunting him and going after him.
So I just spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Who, Mitch?
Spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Mitch.
And we're not politically affiliated with anybody. We're trying to run a business. Yeah. So we would appreciate if you can move the bus off of our property and not hand out politically affiliated.
People approach me, but yeah, they actually came to us.
That property is actually an easement.
Okay.
It's not your property.
Well, so here's the thing. I can ask you nicely to leave, or I can get the police involved. I'd rather not.
You can call.
I would definitely rather not, because...
I'm not moving the motor on the phone.
Okay. I won't.
Okay.
All right. Try to be nice about it.
Right here. No, I get it, but I mean, not really, because you have one of your customers.
And that's not your property either.
I understand that, but we are a politically neutral business.
I have a trans kid, okay? And, like, my 7-year-old son is, like, in the middle, like, of medically transitioning. And, like, you know, I live in New York, so it's a friendly state. And it's an accepting state, and it's a sanctuary state for trans kids. But now that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are coming in, like, they're gonna, like, stop my kid from getting the hormones that, like, she needs to medically transition. My kid's been exposed to a very, like, progressive learning environment, and a lot of the stuff that my son Carl watches on television, it really shows, like, the power of inclusion, the power of love, the power of, like, accepting, like, all people. That kind of helped my son Carl realize that, like, she's really a girl, and, like, her name is Carla, and now, like, Trump and J.D. Vance are going to stop my kid from, like, taking the hormones, that she needs to be the woman that I know she wants to be. Like, it is fast.
Once upon a day, love walked away. Soon after I would learn, only never to return. Feeling life was through, like it was to you. Save me before I drown, put me up on dry ground. And I meant what I said when I told you I never loved like this again. I wanna hold you in my arms, wrap my legs around your dreams, yeah. If only words could explain, I tell you now how I feel about everything. I never let you down, and you better believe
The most vital thing to understand is that the power lies with us, not with them. The deceit is precisely that. They've made us believe that the power is in their hands, but the power is ours. The power is in we, the people. We are the ones that give them the power to do with us whatever they want when we acquiesce, when we comply, when we agree with their rules, with their mandates, when we say yes, when we bow down. Then we're giving them, we're handing them our power. So I think the most important thing to understand is that the power is ours and that it lies within. Once we understand that, nobody can step on you. Nobody can tell you what to do. Nobody can convince you that you are less than what you know to be. When you understand the truth, when you know who you are, suddenly you're not afraid. Suddenly you're capable of anything. This is what they don't want us to know, because guess what? It becomes impossible to control a humanity that understands its own power. We are beginning to understand this. It's like we're going to become the butterfly that's going to come out of this cocoon. But what they want is to entrap us within the cocoon before we realize we are the butterfly, right? And that's when transhumanism comes into play. They want to entrap us into that with technology. But really the answer to everything and the answer to being able to cope with everything that happens around us is to understand yourself.
How you doing, Donna? Happy Easter. No, we're not dyeing eggs. They're $15 fucking. It's always gotta be me hosting. God forbid someone gives me a break. Yeah, you want me to host Easter? I don't mind. I love hosting Easter. Well, Jesus didn't rise from the dead for you to sit on your ass all day. If those DeCarlos show up early, I'm shutting the door in their faces.
Ma.
What? You're gonna make me burn my Easter bread? Yeah, you hear Maria's bringing her new boyfriend? The third one this year. I know. If you ask me again when the food's gonna be ready, it's gonna be your last supper.
Ma, what's wrong?
Nothing. I want the good wet mutts and no one even said anything. And you know what? I gotta cook the meatballs separate because your sister's vegetarian. What a sin. Will you two stop fighting? The only thing resurrecting this Easter is your mother's temper. Next year, we're doing a potluck. I don't care if it kills your grandmother. I'm done.
This is the helmet of thorns.
Yes. So I had heard, I remember reading or hearing at some point that actually it's like 3D, or not just 3D, but it's, it goes around the whole head.
The whole head.
And is really like a helmet.
Like a cap, a helmet. And so what do we see the correspondence with? These are 3-inch Bethlehem thorns. When they dry, they're as sharp as nails. I mean, this crown of thorns, the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest gospel, it says, and the Romans fashioned a crown of thorns and placed it on his head to humiliate him. This is the King of the Jews. They placed this on his head, and what do we see on the shroud? 50 puncture wounds in the scalp. It would have caused profuse bleeding. And so when he goes, etro homo, behold the man. You can imagine, crown of thorns, blood-stained. The scene would have been incomprehensible.
It also just occurs to me looking at this, for people who will find it unfamiliar, that's not what the crown of thorns looks like. This is what an actual crown looks like.
Exactly.
Actual crowns are not headbands.
Right.
If you've ever seen like the crown of St. Stephen,
yes,
whatever, a crown in the UK, they look like this.
Yes.
They cover your whole head. Huh.
And isn't that fascinating? This is what leaves it beyond all doubt to me. Speaking from a historical scholar's perspective, it could not be anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth. My friend Bruno Barberis, who I will be with in just a few weeks in Turin, Italy, has assigned a probability to, is this anyone other than Jesus? And he's published his findings. Again, not a preacher, not a priest. He's a mathematician at University of Turin. The probability the man of the shroud, according to mathematician Bruno Barberis, is anyone other than Jesus is 1 in 200 billion. So I guess there's still a chance for the skeptics.
Yeah, it is. You're saying there's a chance.
Yes.
But the connection being that the wounds from this particular crown of thorns match the man of the shroud in a way that, a little laurel wreath or something wouldn't have.
And leaves it beyond all doubt it's anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth.
Because the other guys didn't get this.
No, no one did that we know. We know of one in history who was crucified. This is one of one. Utterly unique.
They shall say, we never dreamed this would happen. Rapidly because of a source of energy that shall come quickly. And because of medical breakthroughs and because of agreements between nations, specifically China. God said they shall say, we never dreamed this would happen. They said that this in Japan would never happen. But God says, listen to me. As the beginning of the restoration, as it begins, there shall be a woman that shall rise up. A woman that shall be strong in faith, virtuous, beautiful in eyes, and her eyes shall be so beautiful. Her eyes shall be round and big. I have crowned her, says the Lord, as I crowned Esther. And the people shall receive her, for she shall have the oil of gladness for the pain and the mourning that has taken place. And she shall pour out the oil. Is there some oil here, please, Marty? Is there some oil? She shall pour out the oil on this nation. And God says healing shall begin, and then it shall flow rapidly. Schools will be free from potential damage and danger, shootings and murder, drug addiction. Cartels shall be afraid of a woman. A woman anointed by God. A woman set aside. And God says they will say we hated her, but now we love her. For she shall take the oil of healing, and she shall pour it upon the scars of those left and those right, and of the new party that has come forth and emerged, where they shall say Christ will reign, and this we shall not implement at all socialism, where where they have said we will make history without God. No, you will not. No, you will not, says the Lord. For I chose this nation before it was founded. Before anybody came here, I chose this entire nation, all 50 states, every one of them, to send my gospel to the entire earth. Do you think I have changed my mind? Therefore, the healing that is necessary for this nation shall come at a time in the middle of the presidency. There shall be a woman that shall come, and God said there shall be oil that shall be poured upon the nation, and they shall suddenly feel the healing, and they shall say, it is well with my soul, it is well with our soul. For the soul of America has been corrupted, the soul of this nation has been corrupted with bitterness and anger, and God said she shall say, no more bitterness, no more anger, no more division, and shall pour the oil that shall come from the Spirit of the Lord himself. If you as a nation believe it, if you want this, lift your voice and shout one more time and say, yes! Yes to Esther! Yes to Esther!
But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words.
Such is the way of the world, you can never know just where to put all your faith, and how will it grow? Gonna rise up, burning black holes and dark memories. Gonna rise up, turn mistakes into gold. hands up.